Good evening. Thank you all for attending today's meeting of the Santa Rosa City School Board. Opening this meeting Wednesday, March 8th, 2023. All in attendance, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Todos los que están aquí presentes, por favor, ponerse de pie para el juramento a la bandera.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will start our meeting today with a territorial land acknowledgement.
Vamos a empezar nuestra reunión con el reconocimiento del territorio.
President Manieri, let me get the translation in order. Just one moment, please.
We will take one moment to adjust our translation services.
I believe we're all set.
Thank you. I will hand this over to Ms. Llamas, if you would introduce our speaker. Thank you.
Good evening, President Manieri, Superintendent Chanel, board members. My name is Eduvige Llamas, Director of Multilingual Services, and with us tonight we have Ms. Karen Chumil. She's Vice President for the DLAC Committee. Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Eduvige Llamas, Directora de Servicios Multilingües, y hoy tengo el placer de presentar a la señora Karen Chumil, que es vicepresidenta del Comité de DLAC.
Reconozco que las escuelas de la ciudad de Santa Rosa se encuentran en el distrito tradicional y las tierras natales del pueblo Pomo, el territorio tradicional y las tierras natales del pueblo Miwok de la costa, y honro con gratitud la tierra misma y las personas que la han cuidado y administrado a lo largo de las generaciones.
I acknowledge that Santa Rosa City Schools is on the traditional territory and homelands of the Pomo people, traditional territory and homelands of the Coast Miwok people, and honor with gratitude the land itself and the people who have stewarded it throughout the generations.
Este reconocimiento de la tierra nos llama a comprometernos a seguir aprendiendo cómo ser mejores administradores y cuidar de la tierra que habitamos. Al ofrecer este reconocimiento de tierras, afirmamos la soberanía indígena y trabajaremos para que las escuelas de la ciudad de Santa Rosa sean más responsables ante las necesidades de los pueblos indígenas y nativos.
This land acknowledgement calls us to commit to continuing to learn how to be better stewards of the land we inhabit. By offering this land acknowledgement, we affirm Indigenous sovereignty and will work to hold Santa Rosa City Schools more accountable to the needs of American Indian and Indigenous peoples.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias, Karen. Again, welcome everyone to the March 8th regular meeting of the Santa Rosa City School District's Board of Education. On behalf of the entire board, I want to sincerely thank each of you for coming to share your thoughts and feelings. I also want to thank those of you who were able to join us last night for our listening session. Before we begin with business and with public comment this evening, I want to remind us all that we are gathered in this space with one shared purpose: to figure out how we as a community create a safer environment for our children. We are here to center the voices of our students. It's so great to see so many of you in this room, and to listen to one another. Our community will continue to face questions and challenges together as we collaboratively create our next steps, and as we address the paramount priority of safety and security for all our students and all our staff. It is our hope that this evening we can continue the intention that we started at our listening session last night to model for our young people how compassion, patience, love, and care for one another can lead to transformative conversations. In the words of Reuben Crowfeather, when we connect, we heal. Let's put our minds together to see what kind of future we can build for our children. We are a collective of our hearts. We all appreciate that you took time to be here tonight. We have over 40 cards, blue cards, speaker cards this evening, asking to address the Board of Education on the topic of school safety. I want to take a moment to fully explain the process for an elected body to accept comments on topics that are not on the agenda. First, those who are outside of our city chambers, you can view the meeting on Zoom by clicking the link on our website. Those who are outside may also come inside to fill out and submit a blue card, one of these, to give public comment this evening. Secondly, because the topic that many of you want to address is not on the agenda, I want to share our legal obligation to contain discussions to agenda items. By law, we members of the board and staff may not engage in a discussion on items that are not on the agenda. The agenda for a government meeting is published before a meeting and shared with the public, and it is designed to inform the public of the topics, all topics that the elected body will be discussing. Please know that even though we cannot engage in discussion tonight, we will listen. We want to hear from you. Your voices, concerns, and thoughts matter a great deal to the board and to our superintendent. This is also not the only or the last time we will have opportunities to hear from our community. We also want to ensure all community members have a seat during the board meeting. We will have the maximum number of chairs allowed per fire code. That's 137 chairs in this chamber. We ask that members of the public do not stand along the side of the walls or block the walkway. Any accredited news media representative who is standing will have a press credential clearly visible. There are 2 podiums designated for public comment, one there and one there. Only the person who is speaking may be at a podium unless they have a guardian, administrator, or translator present for support. For safety, people may not line up behind the speaker or wait their turn. We want to give the person at each podium the time and respect they deserve. Here is how we will manage all comments shared today so that we may hear from you and have the necessary time to attend to the work that is on our agenda. To accommodate as many speakers as possible, each speaker will be given 1 minute to address the board, and we will hear public comment for 90 minutes. We will alternate between in-person speakers and speakers joining us on Zoom. We will be timing each speaker and will ask that speakers wrap up their comments when we notify that the time is up. I will call 3 speakers at a time with the blue cards so that speakers can queue up and be ready to speak when it's their turn. Speakers have the option of noting their agreement with what other speakers have said and yielding their time if they choose to do so. Lastly, speakers may not cede their time to another speaker. I also want to remind the public that all voices and thoughts are welcome here tonight. I want everyone to feel safe and welcome to share their thoughts. Again, this entire board comes from a place of genuine care as you make your comments. And despite the absence of a back and forth discussion tonight, I assure you that we hear you and your comments are important to helping us craft next steps in our work. Thank you for respecting these procedures. We are now moving on to item C3, report of actions taken in closed session. During the closed session, the board voted 7-0 to authorize the district superintendent or her designee to adopt resolution number 2022-2353 to notify one certificated administrator 1.0 FTE that they may be released or possibly reassigned from their position for the 2022-2023 school year pursuant to Education Code section 44951. During the closed session, the board also voted 7-0 to authorize the district superintendent or her designee to adopt resolution number 2022-2354 to notify one certificated administrator 1.0 FTE that they may be released or possibly reassigned from their position for the 2022-23 school year pursuant to Education Code section 44951. Also during closed session, the board voted 7-0 to authorize the district superintendent or her designee to adopt resolution number 2356 to notify one certificated administrator 1.0 FTE that they may be released or possibly reassigned from their position from the 2022-23 school year pursuant to Education Code Section 44951. The board voted 7-0 to authorize the district superintendent or her designee to adopt resolution number 2022-2357 to notify one probationary certificated employee that they will be non-reelected for the 23-24 school year pursuant to Education Code Section 44929.21. Item C4 on our agenda are items considered in closed session for action in open session. We have 2 student expulsion cases. The first is 22-2315, and I am seeking a motion on this case number.
I motion to approve the recommendation.
Second.
That was moved by Director McNally and seconded by Director Medina. Roll call vote, please.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director Medina,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
No.
Director Fong. Director Flores,
Aye.
President Manieri.
No. Thank you. Now we have case 22-2316.
I motion to approve the recommendation with the modification that the term of expulsion be reduced to 1 semester.
I'll second.
That was moved by Director McNally and seconded by Director Medina. Roll call vote, please.
Director McNally,
Aye.
Director Medina,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
No.
Director Fong,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Thank you. That brings us to item C5, statements of abstention. Are there any statements of abstention tonight? Seeing none. Item C6, adjustments to the agenda. Board or Superintendent Trinnell, are there any adjustments?
Yes, President Manieri, I would like to pull from the agenda item E1. Presenters are not able to be here tonight.
Thank you. Item C7, this is our public comment on non-agenda items. At this time, we will start our public comment time on non-agenda items. Again, speakers will share for 1 minute and we will hear public comment for 90 minutes. I will read a blue card first, and then we will move to a remote attendee, and we will go back and forth between an in-person speaker and an online speaker. So first, we have Cynthia Hansen, and then then we will have an online speaker, and then we will have Margaret Boone. One minute.
Hi, my name is Cynthia, and my student is currently a Santa Rosa high school student. She's a freshman. Last year, she was attending the Santa Rosa Middle School, and she was attacked in the girls' locker room by a friend who she didn't say hi to on the PE field. She was attacked from behind, and before the teacher could get to her, she was hit 4 times. They called her father. He had the police come. As administrators, we need to help our children prevent the violence by providing a safe place. The staff needs to be trained in de-escalation so there's no hurting of the children. I hope today is a day that we can stand up and stop the violence against our children. I don't want to hear about the fights in the bathrooms and across the street anymore. I want my child to come home safe. I want my child to feel safe, and I want her to learn in a safe place. We will not stop until the schools are safe for all.
Thank you.
More supervision is needed and more.
Thank you.
and
Your
no more
time is up.
weapons. We will.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Our next speaker, joining us remotely, is Sarah Jenkins. We have a 1-minute time limit. Sarah, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Sarah. I'm a mother of 2 8th graders at Slater who are headed to Monty next year, working in the mental health field with our county's youth. Last week was a terrible tragedy, as we all know. As a parent, my concern is, of course, the physical and emotional safety of our students. I'd like to see accountability at the school level. I now fully understand the lack of resources to provide what is needed. What I don't understand is why the secrecy. Why not do something about it instead of giving bare minimum information to avoid litigation? Transparency in decision-making and what is happening at our schools is needed. If you know you're not staffed adequately to keep our children safe, please close your doors and send them home. I understand not every home is a safe place, but it redirects safety to the home and the community will take care of it at large. Thank you.
Thank you. The next 3 in-person speakers are Margaret Boone, Justin Sullivan, and Joey Bowser. And if any of these folks are outside, please wait on the stairs outside of the chambers before coming in. Thank you.
Do I start? Oh, okay. We need more of everything, especially staffing, but I think the biggest support we could use is mini wellness centers on all high school campuses. Instead of one centralized wellness center far away from every high school, we should have a psych on every campus that specializes only in giving therapy interventions to kids and is accessible at all times. And a behaviorist to do behavior interventions for these kids as well. And finally, someone to do gang intervention and or substance abuse intervention, an expert in the field. We had a great forum Monday where people shared ideas that added to that, a mandatory social emotional class freshman year and in 7th grade dealing with the transition and expectations of these new environments. They also suggested adding a 30-minute class for elementary kids each week where all kids would get social emotional lessons as a supplemental class. A parent today also shared with me a story about a school that used meditation instead of detention to great success, and I've sent you that article. There are many things we have asked for, but all we can do is ask. No matter what the obstacles are, these things need to happen because the alternative is what we experienced on Wednesday last week. Let's not forget that last year, a student brought a gun to our school for the same reason this student brought a knife to school this last week. The message of all these actions.
Thank you. Thank you. Your
Thank
time
you.
is up.
Thank you, Margaret.
Our next online speaker is Natalie Goodrich. You have 1 minute, Natalie. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my opportunity to speak. I want to say that I am not an activist, but I've had to become one to get my children back to school out of masks and now to have safety on their campuses. We as parents should not have to fight this hard for our kids to be able to be at school and have normal public school experiences. We need more resource officers or any at all on campus. Last night, we heard that we have to be loving and treat situations and students with love. I agree. We have to show students that we are for them and that they are loved, they value, and they matter. However, discipline is loving and resource officers are a necessity because students will think twice about bringing weapons to school and about starting fights daily on campus if there are consequences and if there are resource officers on campus.
Thank you, Natalie.
For our
Thank
kids.
you.
Thank you, Natalie. Then our next in-person speaker is Justin Sullivan.
My name is Justin Sullivan, and I am the junior class president at Maria Carrillo High School. On Wednesday, March 1st at 12:43 p.m., I texted my mom, "Can I leave? This place ain't safe. Someone has a gun, and someone at Monty got stabbed. Schools need to be a safe place." Back in June of 2020, the Santa Rosa City School Board established a committee to provide the recommendation if Santa Rosa schools should maintain the program of school resource officers. The committee recommended that Santa Rosa City schools should keep police officers on middle and high school campuses. However, they called for changes to be made to the program. Those changes were never made. The program was forgotten. I understand that there are some students that are against SROs, but they have no experience with them. Police officers are members of our community and will always be present throughout our lives. For that reason, I would like to focus on 2 recommendations the committee made. One of them being involve admin, staff, and parents in the selection process of SROs, and also create classes for students to understand the value SROs provide.
Thank
The
you.
research.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you, Joey.
Our next speaker is Tom Z. Tom, if you can please state your full name for the record.
Melanie, before we hear from Tom, I just want to announce that the next 3 in-person speakers are Angelina Coleman, Annabelle Nunez, and Ashley Bell.
Thank you, President Manieri. Tom, you can go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Tom Zabata, class of 90, Montgomery. I'm a student at Maria Carrillo and one at Track. I'm here to speak to apologize to the board for reaching out and asking for help in times of crisis. I've had to pull my freshmen from Maria Carrillo from possibly getting tainted fentanyl pills. And then yesterday or this week, my daughter attracts being #1 on a sacrifice list. And then the class just talking about it, thinking that's okay. I am apologizing to the board for reaching out, for my anger, because as I say, there's plenty of people here hurt and their debt needs to be changed. Please stop politicizing and do something for your community, as I know you do have students in these schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I think I may have made a mistake in speakers. I think the former student we heard from was Justin, and we now need to hear from Joey. Is that correct, Director Bowie? Yes, thank you. It's this one or this one over here? Yeah. Thank you.
Local controlled funding formulas. They were made in 2013. They don't work. We got $185 million last year. There is a reason why education is highly privatized in this state. It's to sustain division amongst the people. I know you guys get that. We need you on our side to talk to the state about this. I know you guys hear me, okay? This is real. The total spending per pupil is $13,000. California ranks 17th on that list. I know I'm eating up my time, but I want these facts to be heard, okay? I need you guys to stand up to who's above you to encourage more funding to go into our school district. That's the bottom line. And no, we don't need resource officers, okay? You wanna know why? Have you ever heard of the Stanford Prison Experiment? Has
Joey,
anyone here heard of
thank
that?
you.
No?
Your time is up.
Thank you, Joey.
Our next online speaker is Dean Jansen.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm a sophomore at Santa Rosa High School. Earlier this year, I was threatened with a gun.
Dean, we're having a hard time hearing you.
Hello. Okay. Hello.
Dean, could you perhaps raise your hand again and we'll come back to you? Our next speaker is Christina. Christina, if you could please state your full name for the record.
Hi, my name is Christina Little. I'm a mother of a junior attending Windsor High School on an inter-district transfer from Maria Carrillo. My child is on an inter-district transfer because of being bullied that occurred at the elementary school level. What happened to consequences for our actions, and Mr. Garcia, how do you feel about your police on campus policies now? Are you proud? We had a chance this last election to get rid of some of these board members. I hope parents are waking up, and I'm really sorry that this is what it took. My condolences and sympathy to the family and friends surrounding these recent tragedies. Done.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker here in the chambers is Angelina Coleman, and following Angelina in the chambers will be Annabelle Nunez and Ashley Bell. You may start.
I am a firm believer of the saying, it takes a village, and this isn't that. The gap between school administrators and parents is enormous, but even more disjointed between our kids and their administrators. Recently, my son was assaulted on his way to PE class at Santa Rosa High School. He texted me and I was able to leave work to pick him up. He was bleeding from his head when I picked him up. I called the school over 5 times with no call back. I emailed over 4 times before getting a response. I asked for several meetings, and on one occasion, I took the time off work to go and waited for 40 minutes and was never even actually seen. I go to work every day with anxiety, wondering if my son is safe at school. No parent should have to go through that. No student should have to experience this kind of duress. Santa Rosa City Schools, you have to do better. These kids are our future and they deserve better.
Thank you, Angelina.
Our next online speaker is Jessica Lightshow. Apologize if I didn't say your name correctly. Jessica, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Hi there, thank you. So I'm a parent of an 8th grader and a 1st grader at Santa Rosa Charter School for the Arts. And I definitely stand in support of all the safety things, that conversations that have been going on. But I came tonight for something completely different. My son has anaphylactic reactions to certain foods, and he also attends the district-sponsored aftercare program for childcare. And my problem is that your current school policies prevent the daycare staff from being able to administer an EpiPen to him. And I've been told that only the school nurse can do it. However, the school nurse locks the EpiPen away beginning when the bell rings. And there's other children that attend daycare with him that just largely are potentially an emergency waiting to happen, that no one can care for him. So like when the lay person can administer Epi or Narcan or do CPR, I don't understand why your daycare staff.
Jessica, thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you, Jessica. Next in the chambers, we have Annabelle Nunez, and following Annabelle, we have Ashley Bell and Billy Coretta.
First and foremost, I'm opposed to having the police back on campus with our students. I am for having more emotional, mental health, behavioral health services available to them. And this also needs to start in elementary school. If we get it early on, we can avoid these problems along the future.
Thank you, Annabelle.
Our next speaker is Maria Riviera.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Rivera. Tengo un hijo en Pioneer, es freshman, y una hija en 7th grade en Comstock. Y yo estoy pidiéndole al distrito que hagan algo por todos los niños, porque me siento mal ir a mi trabajo y pensar que le regrese a mi casa y uno de mis hijos ya no esté, porque es muy difícil ver todo lo que está sucediendo y como comunidad nos tenemos que juntar, unirnos para luchar por la seguridad de nuestros hijos y también que pongan ayuda como un policía y que un mero detector para que evitar eso. Es todo. Gracias.
Thank you. Raphael, please, if you could please translate.
Yes. Miss Maria Riviera has a 9th grade child. I believe she said it was a son who goes to Pioneer. And then also she has a daughter in the 7th grade who attends Comsta. And she just wants to make sure that that she's wants to work with the district so that way measures can be put in place. One of her fears is that when she goes to work is to receive a phone call and afraid to hear that one of her child is hurt. And she really wants to voice her concern and make sure that things can be done so that we can prevent this.
Thank you.
Gracias, María.
Can I just add to the translation con mucho respeto, Rafael? So la señora Rivera, she also said that she is in support of police in schools as well as metal detectors and that would prevent some of these things from happening.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Ashley Bell, and following Ashley, we have Billy Coretta and then Renee Hoffman.
Ashley Bell, Santa Rosa High School. I was about 7 months pregnant when a colleague pulled me aside to give me a heads up about something she'd heard in passing in the hallways. She wanted to let me know so I'd be more aware when outside of my classroom because a student had said that they wanted to push me down a flight of stairs. Maybe I wouldn't have taken it so seriously in the past, but this year at Santa Rosa High School alone, 3 staff members have been assaulted by students. I cannot remember a year that was more violent than this one. The kids are fighting everyone and anyone who isn't fighting is filming it. Students are regularly armed. I know students have knives on campus. I just hope they don't have guns. Teachers, staff, and students have been telling you that things aren't safe for at least a year. No one has done anything about it because God forbid our suspension or expulsion numbers rise. The lethal combination of COVID school closures, increased rigor and class requirements via A through G for all, and decreased discipline has created a large group of students who are frustrated, hopeless, and stuck at school. Please do something. Something completes.
Thank you, Ashley.
Our next online speaker is Lynette Casey. Lynette, go ahead.
Our hearts are broken and go out to Jaden's family and friends. This tragedy has brought our entire community to our knees. You have imposed your fears and belief on our community in what I see as a dangerous and closed-minded way, and I'm hopeful you can open your minds and hearts and address your own personal fears and understand a mistake has been made and correct it. Immediately, let's do better for our community. Thich Nhat Hanh once said, when a crowded Vietnamese refugee boats were met with storms and pirates, if everyone panicked, all would be lost. But if even one person on the boat remained calm and centered, it was enough. It showed the way for everyone to survive. It would take one of you to open up to the possibility that the board was wrong and made an honest mistake when canceling the free SRO program. It would take only one of you to realize that the campus police are our primary avenue of safety. Please make the decision to end this madness and bring our SROs back as soon as possible. Bad decisions made with good intentions are still bad decisions.
Thank you. Thank you, Lynette.
Thank you, Lynette. Next, we have Billy Coretta, and then Renee Hoffman, and then Rosemary Cromwell. You can start. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Billy Coretta. I'm a student at Santa Rosa High School. Following the tragedy at Montgomery, there were 6 fights on our campus in one day. I'd like to give you a moment to fully grasp this. 6 accounts of reckless fighting. Not only has this happened among the students, but it's come to the point where our faculty are being assaulted. When our staff can't even feel safe on campus, in what world should our students? I'm no stranger to witnessing nonsensical violence on our campus, and quite frankly, unlike some of my fears, don't believe that all incidences of violence can be avoided. However, there is an available option to help combat this. I support the proposal for mandatory paid first aid and medical training for all staff, called the First Aid for Severe Trauma, a Stop the Bleed training course, including teachers on our district campuses. While this doesn't provide any additional ensured safety measures, it provides the means to be able to help in the case of a medical emergency. From what I have heard, from the perspective of a student who has taken the time to think this through and come before you all, I hope you have to take what I say into serious consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next online speaker is Dr. Liz Birch.
I'm a parent of a senior at Santa Rosa High School, and I'm, of course, horrified to hear these stories. I just want to say that I protest that the community is only be given 1 minute to speak. What else could possibly be more important than this discussion? And I defer the rest of my time to any of the students that spoke just now and were cut off.
Thank you, Liz. Next, we have Renee Hoffman, and then Rosemary Cromwell, and then Will Mosier. According to our protocols, we can't cease time.
My name is Rosemary Cromwell. I'm a student at Maria Carrillo High School, and last week I helped organize a walkout at Carrillo. A walkout that we planned completely in under 2 days. And I'll remind you, we're teenagers. We're not trained public speakers. We're not practice leaders. But we are so sad, so angry, so frustrated, and so scared for our lives that we set the rest of our lives aside so that we could be heard. For the sake of the next generation, for the sake of our futures, for the sake of my sister's future, please listen. Do you know that we hate fire drills more than lockdowns? It's not because we think fires are more frightening than active shooters, but it's because we're terrified of being in crowds because it's the perfect time to get shot. Did the adults in the room understand that that's how we, the students, think? Last week, a fire alarm was pulled at Carrillo, and this time there was a gun at Carrillo. A student had been in possession of a firearm on school grounds, and there could have been a real school shooting at Carrillo. We don't feel safe. I don't feel safe. Students I know stop coming to school because we can't trust you to protect us. I have a physical list of demands I would like to submit to the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next online speaker is Jennifer. Jennifer, if you can please state your full name for the record.
My name is Jennifer McGrath. I would like to say that I am a survivor of the Vegas mass shooting. And what I wanted to say to the board and all the parents is to ask you, do you know what happens during a shooting? First responders are not allowed onto the campus until well long after the shooting is done. That means that your kids may lay there and bleed to death. Me and my husband laid next to the youngest, a 19 victim that passed in Vegas. She was still alive when we got to her. We carried people off the field to get them help. Think about this when not wanting SROs back on campus. We need somebody who can act and be there at all times. It may not be when, but if this happens at one of our schools. So will it be your kid that bleeds to death waiting for help, or will it be your kid that watches their friend bleed to death while they're waiting for help? That's all I have.
Thank you. Next, we have Renee Hoffman. Are you Renee? No. Where, Renee, I think we missed Renee. Thank you.
We all have so much pain, whether it is from the past, present, or future.
This tragedy has sparked something, whether big or small, in every one of us. Jaden should always live on in a beautiful light. And because of this tragedy, we have been gifted an opportunity to realize and analyze how we are as a community and what needs to change. Every day, each one of us, students, teachers, administration, chooses whether to build up or break down our student body. We are so used to violence, whether it's from movies, shows, fights. We are actively being taught to find violence funny through comedies and bonding over trauma. Violence is glorified and it spreads like a virus. It will overthrow and infect any community that lacks a strong immune system. Our culture is engraved in our brains that
Thank you.
revenge or an eye for an eye
Thank you,
is the
Renee.
only way to find relief.
Thank you, Renee.
Our next online speaker is AF. If you can please state your full name for the record. Are you there? AF, it is your turn to speak. If you could unmute. Okay, we're going to come back to her or him. The next speaker is R. Sullivan. If you can please state your full name for the record. You have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Rebecca Sullivan. I work at Montgomery High School. I was the one who cared for Jaden when the events happened on March 1st. I would like to know why we have 2 campus supervisors to 1,600 students. I would like to know why we have 1 restorative specialist to 1,600 students. Our students have been fighting all year. We had multiple fights, gang-related, about boys, whatever the case may be. It's been years that the saying at our site was, it's going to take someone dying for district and the board to care and make change on these policies that are, in my opinion, ridiculous. The safety is not there. The safety concern is not there. I can't sleep at night right now because of the events that happened on March 1st. I see his face every night. Change and be better for our students, please.
Thank you, Rebecca. Next, we have Will Mosier, and then following, we have Emerson Parker and Madison Souza.
My name is Will Mosier from Maria Carrillo High School. To prevent these tragedies from happening, we need clear and material change. We want comprehensive emergency education. Our disaster drills are disorganized and our staff lack formal training. The district needs to provide courses and workshops for teachers so that they have the knowledge necessary to keep us students safe. Because when an evacuation route is locked, like at Carrillo, lives are put in danger. We need better communication. It is us, the students, that are in danger and suffer the most during these events. We want to be kept informed of what is happening in our schools as they are happening. We need a direct line of communication between administration, students, and teachers. It is not safe for anyone to be kept in the dark. And we know you have the money to make these changes. We know that you've received $60 million in aid from COVID, and we know that you have $9 million of these left by the end of 2024. With this funding, you can pay for more evacuation routes, more teacher training, and hire more campus supervisors. You can make us feel safe with this funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Will.
Our next online speaker is Heather Bonin. Heather, if you're there, go ahead.
Hello, I'm a student that goes to Montgomery. I'm a sophomore, and I agree that we do not need SROs on campus. We need trained campus supervision. That's what they need. We need to have campus supervisors, lots of them, not just 2, that are trained in de-escalation, that are trained in restorative justice, that know how to break up fights, and also can handle the students afterwards and understand what happened so we can prevent what happened in that situation from happening again. There's always histories to these things. We need to have people that know how to break it up, but also prevent it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Emerson Parker, followed by Madison Souza, followed by Kaylee Murray.
My name is Emerson Parker, and I'm a student at Maria Carrillo High School. We, the students who should be protected, came up with some ideas to help you move forward. We want an increase in non-police campus security. At Carrillo, we only have one supervisor per 1,600 students. Many more schools only have a couple of staff members on duty at a time to watch their students. We also need a more proactive approach to inter-student conflict with more specialized mental health for student health support for students so we can work to prevent violence before it occurs. We want more support provided by schools for students and their families. Students deserve attention from specialists, not from staff who already have enough responsibilities. We also need more school therapists. At Carrillo, we only have one therapist that's shared with another school. Our therapist, who is barely known about by the broader student body, is so booked that it's almost impossible to arrange meetings. To ensure the safety of students and staff, we need your support. And only through the cooperation of parents, students, and admin can we bring about change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next online speaker is Jeff. Jeff, if you can please state your full name for the record. Jeff, if you're there, it's your turn. If you could unmute, you have 1 minute. Okay, we're going to come back to Jeff. Our next speaker is Deanna Oliveras. Deanna, go ahead.
Hi there. I'm sad that it came to this. I'm happy that so many students, parents, and community members are finally speaking up. But this board, I have been advocating for at least 2 years, and this board always ignores you. So I'm imploring people to, even if you convince one person or this board to allow safety measures or SRRs on campus, you cannot stop there because they will not give you funding. They don't have the funding for it. You need to go to the Board of Supervisors, the City Council, the City Manager, Public Works, our mayor, and you guys have to keep meeting and keep pressing them because Omar Medina and Dela Cruz and Stephanie Maneri definitely will not allow SROs on campus. So keep emailing, keep calling, keep showing up, and keep pressing them. Don't let up. And thanks for being there.
Next, we have Madison Souza, followed by Kaylee Murray, followed by Mac Payton. You may start.
My name is Madison Souza. I'm a senior at Montgomery High School, and I'm extremely disappointed with the lack of effort and care for the SRCS students from the school administration and from the school district that ultimately led to the tragic events on March 1st, 2023. I want to be heard and be promised that there will be a change for not only current students, but also future students. The event that occurred on March 1st could have been avoided or handled with better care and effort by the school administration. A student's life was taken. There shouldn't be a next time. We shouldn't have to live through this again. The schools need to get the safety procedures right, and there should never have been a first time. It is so sad and disturbing that it takes a life for you guys to look up and see what is happening in our schools. I'm angry, I'm hurt, and so are hundreds of others. The schools have failed us. All you guys seem to care about is our education, but you guys don't care about our mental health.
School.
Thank you. Thank you, Madison.
Thank you, Madison.
Our next online speaker is Jocelyn Coltrane.
Thank you. District teachers are devastated, mad, and also extremely frustrated. Some students cannot handle typical Santa Rosa City Schools campus when they are referred by teachers to the admin for behaviors such as smoking, bringing weapons, gang activity, defiance, and disrespect. They laugh and mock at them. The reason why? They know admin doesn't have any consequence for them. The district and you, the Board of Education, has taken away Lewis Opportunity School, the Bridge School, summer school, and expulsions. Please bring back consequences for students so that discipline is restored and all the students see that there are real consequences for unacceptable behaviors. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kaylee Murray, followed by Mac Payton, followed by Johnny Ando.
Hi, I'm Callie Murray. I attend Santa Rosa Middle School, and I have many concerns about the Santa Rosa City Schools district. I see so many fights on my campus, and it needs to stop. With all that has happened in the past year, I'm rethinking about going to high school in Santa Rosa because I don't feel safe at school anymore. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next online speaker is Lindsay Lawson.
Hi, everybody. I just want to let you know that I am a Santa Rosa Memorial Hospital worker, and I first and foremost see everybody that comes in. So I've seen stabbings, I've seen gun shootings, I've seen it all. What I think you new Board of Supervisors or supervisors more is to come in and look at this and see what happens. You see how many units of blood that everybody has to be used to save these lives. And this is on your hands. You have the time and the money to do something about it, but I don't see much action. I have a child that is going to school at RVMS next year, and I'm very worried about her. I don't know how you guys can sleep at night. This is Lord of the Flies at its best.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mac Payton and then Johnny Endo, followed by Jim Redisil.
Hi, my name is Mac Payton, and I'm a sophomore at Santa Rosa High School. I am here not only to advocate for my fellow peers, but also for myself and my life. I have to tell you that it is my belief that I should not be here today. I should be at home eating dinner with my family, but unfortunately, due to the inactiveness of this board and school administrators, I have to be here to fight for my life and my safety. I love my school and the people in it, but I can still recognize where we have failed. Failed to keep our students safe, and we have failed Jaden. There has been talk of reinstating SROs on our campuses, but this is not a solution that will allow the building of trust and respect at school. What we need and what we are asking you is to have more mental health professionals at school, at least one per 250 students. At my school, at nearly 1,700, we only have one mental health professional on campus, Jessica, and most people don't know about her. This systemic issue of violence won't be solved by a bigger police presence at school. We need mental health professionals and supervisors trained in conflict de-escalation and how to deal with mental health crises. We need change, and I need you to respect us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Logan. Logan, if you can state your last name for the record.
Hello, my name is Logan Kowalczyk, and I just want to say that the board and the schools are focusing at the wrong things at the wrong time. Education is important for our schools, but if we want to have a safe and clean, clear environment for us, I just feel like we need to be safe. We need to feel safe, and that's something that the student body really needs. And at our schools, it's just obviously clearly not safe. Just people always vaping, it's ignored, fights ignored. There's no punishment whatsoever, and really it's just a big mess. And what happens in the dark always comes out in the light, and that's just all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Johnny Ando, followed by Jim Riddisill, followed by John Smith.
I'd like to start asking about how this could have happened, because with the right attention, last Wednesday's events and many others could have been at least avoided. It's my understanding that students reported the conflicts to teachers long before it happened, and teachers reported to the school, and still nothing was done to defuse the bomb before it exploded. I don't know whether that's directly your fault or if it's because the school staff don't have the training to handle these situations. Either way, someone decided to ignore it. And it makes me wonder if we truly are the priority, or if the interests of you and the others in charge are elsewhere. So I and many of my fellow students as the staff have the training to handle these situations. Also, as for the rising fights, I believe that not only do we need more campus supervisors, but they need to be able to be out on campus instead of stuck in classrooms subbing for teachers. For that, we need dedicated substitutes ready at all times, because I know they're needed. There are solutions to these problems, and holding your eyes shut isn't one of them. Our blood is on your hands.
Thank you.
Our next online speaker is Lenny Pieracini.
Thank you. Well, this is a very tragic time in Santa Rosa in our county, and our hearts go out to everyone affected by the events from last week and ongoing events that bring fear to students. I want to ask that you reach out to stakeholders and conduct a poll. Parents, teachers, students. Would you like to have an SRO on campus? Would you feel safe, more safe with an SRO? I've worked with SROs in the past. I am a teacher, and many of them are great with the students. They're first responders if there's an emergency right there, and they intervene when they are needed. Police are called to Santa Rosa City Schools on an ongoing basis as it is. And so I request that you conduct polls, hear from people that are not here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jim Riddisill, followed by John Smith, and followed by Maria Jorge.
Hi, my name is Jim Riddisill. I am a teacher at Montgomery High School and a parent at Montgomery High School. In my time there, I spent 16 years teaching, and I've loved every minute of it. Before that, I spent 6 years teaching at Elsie Allen High School, where I fell in love with this job. Thank you. In my time at Montgomery High School, I have worked with 20 different administrators. I'm going to say that again, 20 different administrators. Now, the management model is set up like so. The least experienced administrators deal with school discipline and school safety. That is backwards. Please redesign the structure. If we're serious about student safety, then the most experienced, the ones with the best judgment, should be the ones working in student discipline and managing student safety.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Our next online speaker is Catherine G. Catherine, if you can please state your full name for the record.
Hi, my name is Catherine Beltran. I'm a resident of Santa Rosa, born and raised in Sonoma County. I'm here to speak a little bit about my experience here in Santa Rosa City Schools. I went to one of the most gang-affiliated teen pregnancy at-risk schools here in Santa Rosa, Elsie Allen. I was labeled an at-risk student from my administration and almost pushed out of the school system. Just how many other boys and girls continue to do so in this county. My high school did have resource officers, but let me tell you, that didn't stop anything. We still fought, people still did drugs, even a stabbing of a teacher happened, even with the police on there. So I definitely don't agree with that, but let's take a look at Montgomery and the countless of homeowners in that area. Those hardworking homeowners are paying taxes. Part of those taxes are meant to go to the school and to fund them. My question now is, why is this happening on the better side of town? Where is this money going? I'm here today as a parent, a sister, a daughter, a community member. We have a school that's falling apart, literally. Our youth
Thank you,
are broken.
Catherine. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Next, we have John Smith, followed by Maria Jorge, followed by Hayes Baxter.
Do I just go when I'm ready?
Yes, thank you.
My name is John Smith. All I gotta say is like 7 suspensions. 7. A total ineptness of being a principal if you couldn't let that happen. 7 suspensions and you do nothing. What happened to consequences? I went to Ridgeway. The consequence there was you get in a fight, you're out of there. And for the fact that it could happen 7 separate times, and then for a murder to happen, and that's when it gets pulled together, it's like, oh, now we gotta stop. It's pathetic. I don't know what I don't know what I could say. My friends over here traumatized. They've seen it happen. They don't get justice. Jaden doesn't get justice. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you, John.
Our next online speaker is Jessica Jones. Jessica, if you're there, go ahead and unmute.
Hi, my name is Jessica Jones, and I'm a parent of a student at Santa Rosa High School. We had a community action forum where the parents were allowed to join and discuss how they felt and what things they needed in their schools. There were principals represented from every school, and there was one parent and 2 students there. I was that parent. Those students were my children. I made a point to bring up the fact that restorative therapists were needed in every school, multiple restorative therapists. And I do feel like Santa Rosa Middle School has the best one around. She's amazing. Miss Bree has done more for those children than anybody that I know. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Next, we have Maria Jorge and Melanie. Maria is using our translation services. And then followed by Hayes Baxter and followed by Andre Achacon.
Muy buenas tardes, miembros de la mesa directiva. Mi nombre es María Jorge, soy miembro del comité de ILAC y aquí traemos algunas propuestas que hemos decidido como comité. Una de ellas sería poner detectores de metales para seguridad de nuestros hijos. Eso ayudaría a los estudiantes. Tendrían que pasar con sus mochilas por ese punto de revisión. Que las escuelas implementen algún tipo de encuestas periódicamente en cada salón escolar en el que pregunten específicamente a cada alumno si son víctimas o testigos sobre algún tipo de abuso escolar. Reforzar la vestimenta de los estudiantes. Sugerimos uniformes. Tomar acción desde el primer momento que se reporte un acoso o un problema con consecuencias desde el día primero, y si llega a una pelea, que haya una ayuda inmediata. Las escuelas tienen que tomar acción inmediata para prevenir tragedias. Pólizas universales de los procedimientos de la disciplina, y las consecuencias se deben actualizar y revisar para seguir a los estudiantes. Gracias.
Gracias, María.
Good evening for everybody. I think that one of the things that needs to be implemented is to have metal detectors at every school, so that every student, as they come into school with their backpacks, they should be checked. And then also there should be more polling being done in schools, asking students as to when they've been harassed or when they've been bullied or when they've been victims of some type of action against them, violent or or verbally or emotionally. And then do this constantly and do this periodically just to check. And if there is any action taken against that student, then start implementing the universal consequences that usually we should be putting in place. This is the type of information that we should be getting from our students so that we can prevent these incidents from happening in the future. These policies need to be implemented and be followed up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next online speaker is Crystal. Crystal, please state your full name for the record. Crystal, go ahead. It is your turn. We're going to come back to Crystal. Our next online speaker is Jeff. If you can please state your full name for the record.
Hey, how you doing? Good afternoon. My name's Jeff Como. I've been a resident here for about 5 years. And I'm just disgusted at how this school board puts their political agenda ahead of the safety of these children. And my daughter's a student at Montgomery, and she hasn't been to school for 2 months because she's afraid of all the gangs and everything that's going on over there. And when I call the school, they play it down. They've been playing it down this whole time. And all you care about saying is stuff about you don't want cops on school. What a shame. You guys should be ashamed of yourselves, especially that guy, Omar Medina. You know, part of this is on you, my friend. I'm done.
Next, we have Hayes Baxter, followed by Andre Achacon, followed by Ome Zuniga. And folks who are joining us online, if you are joining from a phone, please press *6 to unmute yourselves.
It is unfathomable what us as students have been going through over these past 2 weeks at school. We should not be going to school not understanding if we're going to be able to come home safe later that day. Over the past 2 weeks, we've had 6 different events at my school alone. We've had false fire alarms, real fire alarms, false shooting threats, possible shootings, and lockdowns, fake lockdowns, and everything like that. And it's just completely, again, it's unfathomable that us as students here in America, everywhere in America, we all suffer from this. We're in an epidemic where none of us students feel safe at school. And again, we wonder, are we going to be safe when we come home? And that's just, it can be solved so simply. It can be higher protocols. It can be student therapy. If we focus on the mental health of us as students, if you give us the proper resources where we can go and talk to someone and not talk to a therapist that's led up with different meetings throughout the day because she has to cover 1,500 different students. If you give us therapists with...
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Crystal. Crystal, if you can state your full name for the record. And if you're calling in from a phone, press *9. *6, my apologies. Crystal, if you're there, please unmute *6. We'll need to come back to you. Our next online speaker is Gianna Woods.
Hello, I'm a senior at Santa Rosa High School this year, and in moments like this is when I feel frankly terrified. Not every day, but there are days like March 1st and days like last semester when I ran across the street in fear of an active school shooting when a firecracker was set off on school campus. I should not have to feel like this. I should not have to shake violently at the noise of an Amber Alert because I thought it was an alarm for a school lockdown. I should not shudder at loud noises in the hallway because I think someone is about to break into my classroom. Your silence on subjects like this and your lack of transparency only angers me, my parents, and many others. Do something, please. I wanted to enjoy my senior year and not anxiously wait for the moment that I am no longer under the quote unquote care of this school board. That is all.
Thank you. Next, we have Andre Achacon, followed by Ome Zuniga, followed by Adrian Juarez Cruz.
Hello, my name is Andre Achacon. I am a senior at Santa Rosa High School. Today, thousands of students walked out of their classes to demand safe school environments, not just schools in our district, but countywide. Today, instead of learning in our classrooms, we walked out in order to demand policies that make us feel safe in those classrooms. Please listen to our cries for help. Violence is not an isolated issue. It's a systemic issue. It's one that's everywhere. All the students who walked out today chose to address campus violence, and now it is time for our school officials to do the same. Fear is a universal emotion affecting so many of us. The fear we feel is why many students are here today. We are tired of fearing our lives on a daily basis. Our message is clear: value life, not violence. We are asking for the right to learn in a safe and secure environment. We need to prioritize the well-being of our students and take immediate action to create safe school environments for all.
Thank you, Andre.
Our next online speaker is Maura Ryan Donahue.
Hi, I'm mom to an 8th grader who has sustained 2 concussions at school in the last 3 months. One concussion happened when some other students were roughhousing and accidentally slammed into my child. The other concussion was the result of my child being jumped from behind by another student who assaulted them. The police were not called after the assault. Rather, a no-contact contract was developed where the students were told to avoid one another. When talking with my child about the tragedy at Montgomery, they told me that the student who assaulted them wasn't even trying to avoid them anymore and was showing up in their path, walking close to them at almost every passing period. I worried that this child might be emboldened by what happened at Montgomery and decide to bring a weapon to school herself. My child worries about this too. I did reach out to my child's principal and was able to meet with him and a counselor, for which I'm very grateful. However, the actions that were taken don't do anything to assure my child's safety or to assuage my fears for my child's safety moving forward. I appreciate the time and effort the board put into considering all sides before voting
Thank
to
you,
remove us.
Maura. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ome Zuniga, followed by Adrián Juárez Cruz. Y tenemos una segunda carta para María Jorge. Hay otra María Jorge aquí. We have 2 cards from María Jorge. I just want to know if there's another María Jorge. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ome.
Hi, my name is Ome Zuniga. I'm a 15-year-old sophomore at Santa Rosa High School. Santa Rosa High School is a very disconnected environment. I can see that our students are very stressed, they're tired, they're disengaged, and they don't care anymore, right? We're pressured and we're pushed to our limit every day because we don't have that kind of relief that we need. We exited the pandemic and we didn't exit it yet, we're still in it. But we left the pandemic phase without any relief for stress and mental health. And we were expected to return to an academic environment where stress is highly likely. And I think that we need to return from this in a way that is going to heal students and create bonds and create community with restorative justice, not SROs that are going to inspire fear and disconnect ultimately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next online speaker is KMI. If you could please state your full name for the record.
Hi, my name is Kristen Ingersoll, and I'm a parent of a recent high school graduate, a high school junior, and an 8th grade student. I am hearing all the same stuff and more, and I would like to just take a moment to highlight and reiterate a couple of things I find most important. I want to comment on the discipline and consequences that no longer exist. That would help. Training for the teachers and the students as to what should happen during different types of things such as fire drills or lockdowns. Mental health services should be provided and should also be known to the students, because I continue to hear and I know from students directly that they don't even know about the single counselor on campus. My main issue is the lack of supervision and the lack of safety. People continue to use the word adult supervision. They sometimes say resource officers, sometimes they refer to others, but they're talking about trained people who can break up fights, de-escalate, respond. Those are resource officers, and it's a budget issue. They're not paid by
Thank
the
you,
school.
Kristen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Adrian Juarez Cruz, followed by Izzy Sullivan, followed by Teresa Jepson.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Adrián Juárez Cruz, presidente del comité de DILAC. Traemos unas ideas, pensamientos de nuestros padres. Número 1, más personal que está capacitado adecuadamente para lidiar con situaciones que ponen en riesgo a los estudiantes. Que el entrenamiento sea específico para resolver conflictos, invertir todos los fondos que se necesiten y dejarles saber a los padres de los planes. Mejor comunicación entre las escuelas y los padres. Los estudiantes están preocupados. Que se les comunique a los padres inmediatamente cuando sucede una situación. Tratar de prevenir la situación, mejorar la comunicación de persona a persona, escuela a padres, que los profesores detecten de una manera temprana un conflicto entre los estudiantes y que tengan un entrenamiento para gestionar o prevenir situaciones de riesgo. Entrenamiento para padres voluntarios para gestionar situaciones de conflicto entre estudiantes. Tener más conferencias de padres y estudiantes con maestros.
Thank you, Mr. Juarez.
Y mejorar la comunicación de casa con escuela.
Gracias.
We need to have more personal, trained people to adequately be leaders in situations that put students at risk. The training should be specific to resolve conflict. We should also convert some of the funding that is necessary to let the parents know about the plans that they have. Better communication between the school and the parents and students, and people that are worried. Also more communication between parents immediately when something happens, and whatever the situation, try to prevent the situation from happening. Better communication between the parents and the persons involved, that the teachers be also taught to be able to intervene in an early conflict between the students, and then find a way to even teach them how to get over their situation and prevent the risk of something happening. Better training for the parents, both voluntary and situations for conflict between the students, and have more conferences with parents and students and teachers to better communicate the situations with the school, and just have better proactive communication with everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next online speaker is Summer Broccolini. Broccolini, I believe. Summer, if you're there, go ahead and unmute. *6 if you're calling in on a phone. Summer, we'll come back to you. The next online speaker is Tanya Harlan.
Hi, I'm a former Santa Rosa City Schools employee. I worked in the office, and I just can't stress enough the need to get SROs back on the campus. We need them there to keep the staff and students safe. I worked with many of them. They were a part of the fabric of the day. They contributed to the day. They were there when we needed them, and I use them all the time. They could de-escalate situations. They were just a presence, and I feel like they can bring down the temperature of the campus when things are getting out of control. They can also add to the day. They would dance in the quad with the kids. They'd participate in dress-up days or spirit days. I hear a lot of kids and people saying SROs aren't the answer, but they want more trained people on the campus. SROs are the answer. We need them. The students and staff need to be safe.
Thank you. Next, we have Izzy Sullivan, followed by Teresa Jepson, followed by Shelby Pryor.
Hi, I'm a senior at Montgomery High School. Why is it that we have only 2 campus supervisors to patrol a 600 plus student body? Why is it that we have 1 restorative specialist and we have 1 student advisor that it takes an appointment months out to be able to see them? Why is it that when a student is in a fight, they're suspended for a day or 2, and then they get a slap on the wrist and go talk to Dom or Matt? Our students are no longer scared to fight because the consequence is so minimal. Why is it that there are no real safety procedures put in place? During a fire drill, we are wandering around the field looking for our teacher because no one knows where to go because there's another class in our spot. Why is it that the staff is so undertrained that my mom was alone in that health office to help Jaden? Why is it that we are sitting here wondering if we will come home? We are wondering if the school will be safe that day because we just had a stabbing at our school. We need better safety protocols and we need better safety in general. I challenge you guys to come to our schools to see how bad it is and see how much change is needed. We need change and we won't stop. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Teresa Jepson. I'm a
Oh, I'm sorry, Teresa. We're going to go to an online
Okay,
comment
my
first.
apologies.
It's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to try Summer Bracciolini again. Summer, if you're there, can you please unmute? You have 1 minute. If you're there calling from a phone, you can hit *6. My apologies, it's not seeming to work. We'll go to the next caller is Jamie Coop.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for taking my comments. I first want to start by saying, gosh, these poor kids, sitting here listening to these kids, this is way more adulting than they should even have to be doing at this time in their lives. I am in my 40s. I grew up in the 90s going through school. These types of things never happened. You know why? Because we had consequences, things that we were actually afraid of happening to us, whether it be being suspended, being expelled, real consequences, not this dilly-dallying around these issues. There's a real lack of ownership that I see here. There's a lack of importance and a lot of passing the buck. You people on the board should be the ones who want to lead the change. Lead the change. SROs are not a scary thing. They're made to let the students feel safe and so that the students can build relationships.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you.
Be partners with the.
Thank you. Next, we have Teresa Jepson, followed by Shelby Pryor, followed by Adina Flores.
Hi, I'm a parent at Carrillo. I've been a parent there for 11 years. In the last 3 weeks, there have been 3 major incidents on our campus that required the police to show up, and I'm so grateful that they did. That is more than in the 11 years combined that has happened. Something is wrong and it needs to be fixed. There have been a lot of great suggestions here tonight, and I appreciate everyone for bringing them forward. But I think an underlying issue is trust. As a parent, I tell my kids all the time, that trust takes a long time to build and a very short time to destroy. And in 2020, when you all voted against the recommendation of a committee that you appointed and against overwhelming public feedback to take the SRO program off of our campuses, you lost the trust of the community. And it was apparent at the listening session last night that the students have lost trust in many of the administrators on our campuses. You all need to work to build
you.
trust.
Thank you.
Putting SROs on campus.
Thank you, Teresa.
Our next online speaker is Scotty Santana.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, I am a teacher from at one of our wonderful Santa Rosa City schools. And I want to, number one, say thank you to the students. Thank you to the people who are coming and advocating and are saying things that some of us cannot. I can say as a person who grew up during the Code Reds, who grew up during Sandy Hook, who was out fighting for these things 10 years ago, it is sad to see that so little has happened and that we have to rely on the next youngest generation to show us the way. Please listen to them. Listen to the teachers who are asking, who are begging for help. Bring our community together. Let's do some healing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Shelby Pryor, followed by Adina Flores, followed by Juan Vasquez.
Thank you, board. I'm glad to see that the parents came out to support their students tonight. That's finally a direction that I'd like to see things going. First and foremost, every person on that board, besides Ms. McNally right there, you're excluded, voted against having the SROs there. Mr. Medina himself has an issue with the police, and so he has a bias. Ms. Dela Cruz also has a bias, along with Ms. Manieri. Listen, I've been doing this for a year and a half, watching these people go ahead and sit here and spew this political nonsense. This ain't Republican, this ain't Democrat, this ain't left or right, you know, north side, south side. I'm from a very urban community called Vallejo, California, where we've been having these problems. And I can tell you what, you making the stupidest decision to take off the layer of protection to help our children be safe is the most dunderheaded, most dipstick idea to have in the world, because you are afraid of the police because you don't know how to act. I'm from the hood for real, not that nonsense you're spewing out
Thank
there.
you, Mr. Pryor. Our next online speaker is Ayla, I believe is your name. If you can please state your full name for the record.
My name is Ayla Dungan, and I'm a senior at Maria Correa High School, and I did not plan on talking tonight, but I needed to share my experience with lockdowns. On Friday the 3rd, during the lockdown, where there was no threat on Correa's campus, but one at the middle school, I was in my ceramics class, hiding in a small closet in the dark, crying with my fellow classmates, worried for our lives, scared that I was going to be in a school shooting because no information was given to the students. But when there was a gun on campus, a real threat, no lockdown was implemented, and I am disgusted with that fact. I am scared for my life every day at school, and I shouldn't be. This board can be better, but based on your actions, I'm not sure if you want to be. That is all.
Thank you. Next, we have Adina Flores, followed by Juan Vasquez, followed by Isabela de Souza Limpi.
I am the former executive assistant to these folks at the dais and was pushed out for standing for the parents. Director De La Cruz was not elected to the board, but appointed with a motion by directors Medina and Manieri. De La Cruz shares a mortgage with Manieri's aunt. I've asked over 1,000 questions regarding illegal policies and misappropriation of millions of dollars in funding over the past 2 years. The district has refused to acknowledge a single inquiry. How do you think the parents feel? How has Director Medina been traveling the world for 2 years straight? Mr. Medina received a check for $10 million to oversee UndocuFund. Where did the money go? Matthew 16:26. For what profit is it to a man if he gains the whole world and loses his own soul? Or what will a man give in exchange for his soul? You all are far separated from God, and I pray you rebuild your connection with the Lord. I will never put a paycheck ahead of my community. Thank you.
Our next online speaker is Dave and Sandra. If you can please state your last name for the record.
David George.
Go ahead.
I like to say that the board should be neutral, and it is not. It is led by Omar back in 2020 that the SRO ended based on racial and political beliefs, ended on beliefs of Omar of fears that students of color may have. The decision was not based on behalf of all students. If the board cannot be unbiased, they should resign now. If not, they should be recalled. The child that you did not have the best interest of is now dead. You had a 30+ panel who recommended the SRO stay with changes. You didn't do that. Had you done that, Jaden would still be here.
Thank you.
Next, we have Juan Vasquez, followed by Isabella De Souza, followed by Naksheli Zuniga.
Good evening, members of the board and the public. My name is Juan Vasquez Parra, and I am a senior at Santa Rosa High School. Throughout my years in high school, I have noticed that the school system has gone downhill. There's fights every week. The use of drugs, alcohol, and nicotine has skyrocketed, and not to mention the blatant discrimination and racism. While some of these issues aren't linked to the board or their decisions directly, that doesn't mean that you just sit there and do nothing about it. I am in no way trying to disrespect or insult the board when I say this, but it's unfair that you all sit here in your fancy clothes and suits making all these decisions when you're not the people experiencing the consequences. The whole point of a school board is to govern a community's schools and be responsive to the values, beliefs, and priorities of the community. Yet these past few years, you have done nothing to even remotely resolve these issues. We've all, and not just the board members, have become so desensitized to all these problems, and it's not right. This lack of action and attention has led to a rise in the previous issues listed. As a community, yes, we need to do better, but it's up to you as the board to take action and make these changes and implement new policies. The fact that this has led to the death of a fellow student is
Thank
sickening.
you.
I couldn't imagine
Thank
going
you,
to school the
Mr.
next day and seeing the seat next to me
Vasquez.
now empty or
Thank you, Juan.
Our next online speaker is a student, last name Riva. If you can please state your full name.
This is Riva Timilsina. I'm a student at Santa Rosa High School. I'd like to say, all of us are scared right now. All of us. As students, we have all asked ourselves, and I say as students, am I safe? Because we don't feel safe anymore. We cannot study in peace after the tragic incident. Especially, I have seen people, and even myself, be afraid of the slightest noise during class. This is so sad. We are not even safe in a classroom. We are done requesting for our safety. Now we are demanding for it. Please give us a permanent solution for our safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Isabella, followed by Naksheli, followed by Simone Harris.
I am a senior at Maria Carrillo High School, and we are suffering from an astonishing lack of support for both students and teachers. And not because of the teachers or the counselors. They are trying so hard and they deserve to be paid like royalty for the work they do, but there is simply not enough of them. Most teachers have 5 periods of 30 students each. It is absurd that we have 5 guidance counselors for 1,600 students. And we have a school counselor that I didn't even know about until I suffered an evacuation and the death of a family member. As an example of how this has failed our students, a few months ago, a girl was attacked in the girls' bathroom. My friend spent the lunch period taking her to the nurse's office where she was so traumatized, she couldn't speak, let alone give the name of her attacker. And the school didn't or couldn't do anything about it because they lacked the resources. And now that girl, that attacker, is somewhere on our campus, and who knows, the next time she might try again with a gun. We need more resources and we need more support for our students and our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next online speaker is Courtney. Courtney, if you can please state your full name. Courtney, if you're there, go ahead and unmute. It is your turn. You have 1 minute. You can also press *6. Okay, looks like she doesn't have her hand raised anymore. Our next speaker is Liz Angel.
Hi there. I teach at Monroe, and I'm also a parent of a 7th grader and a 4th grader. And I just wanted to not point fingers, just let's move on. How can we be better? Why not have someone who is trained at disarming someone? I have no idea how to disarm anyone. I don't have any weapons training. I've never even held a gun. So why not just have someone at our disposal, already on campus, ready to go, knowing how to do all these things? Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but we get assaulted daily. We have kindergarten teachers that get beat up. And I ran into another coworker and I said, "Hey, how's your day going? How are you doing?" He said, "It's a good day. I didn't get beat up today." That's a travesty. How can we allow this to happen? How are we just okay with this? Every day we just keep coming back to work, hoping, hey, let's not get beat up today. I think we can do better. I really do believe that. We all pump our brakes when we see the cop cars when we're driving, right? That's all it is. If we have an SRO on campus,
Thank
maybe
you.
we'll just slow down. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Naxeli Zuniga, followed by Simone Harris, followed by Paola Lopez.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Naxeli Zúñiga. Tengo 2 estudiantes, uno en el grado 10 y otro en el grado 6. Y desde la tragedia de Montgomery, hemos perdido la confianza de que las escuelas sean lugares seguros para nuestros hijos. Vengo como conjunto de un grupo de DILAC y lo que quiero decir es que como consecuencia del mal comportamiento de los alumnos, deberían de prestarle servicios comunitarios como sanciones en vez de detenciones inequitativas. También ofrecer programas de educación para padres y estudiantes con temas de seguridad, redes sociales, trauma y salud mental para la comunidad escolar. Y por último, educación para padres y estudiantes sobre el uso de drogas, los peligros a los que están expuestos, lo accesible y fácil que son de conseguir, porque el uso de drogas es otro de los grandes peligros en los que están expuestos nuestros estudiantes. Gracias.
Gracias.
Yes, I have 2 students in the district, one in 10th grade, one in 6th grade. And I'm here with a group of parents that came together. And we think that for consequences, there should be, for bad behavior, there should be consequences. The students involved should be able to have community service implemented as a sanction. Instead of detention or suspensions, have programs also of education for parents and for students about safety and the importance of safety also for the community and for the school. Also another education for teachers and parents and students about the use of drugs and the dangers about using drugs and how easy they are to access and to get. Also, the use of drugs is one of the other dangers that are causing some of these problems with the students. So this is the things that we think should be addressed and implemented and to try to limit the amount of fights and problems in the school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next online speaker is Caitlin Casey.
Thank you. I'm a parent of 2 young children in the Santa Rosa City Schools. I'm also a clinical social worker in the school system, but I'm here tonight as a parent. My kids share a range of characteristics that make them especially vulnerable at school. My top priority is their physical and felt safety on their school campuses now and in the future. My worry is that our collective fear and reactivity will push us towards hardening schools with SROs and metal detectors, which would not only be ineffective, but potentially harmful to many vulnerable students. School resource officers have not been shown to prevent violence on campuses. Instead, they can be harmful to our students of color, our neurodivergent students, and our students who've experienced trauma. Instead, we need an improved school climate, more restorative specialists and community health workers, mental health professionals on campus who spend time out of their offices getting to know students. These positive supports will increase safety on campuses, not SROs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Simone Harris, followed by Paula Lopez, followed by Daniel Morales Castañeda.
I've taught at Montgomery High for the past 17 years, and I'm here to join the chorus of students and the last speaker, whom I've heard tell us they want mental health supports, restorative help, supervision, but no return for the SROs. We are that real world we often talk about that's off there in the distance, and we can give our kids right now safe and nurturing real world with caring adults, or we can fall back on the provably, statistically failed policies, zero tolerance policies of just about the past 2 decades. Metal detectors, police officers, as the last speaker said, they don't make us safer no matter how intuitive it feels. It's not factual. So we can really work with our kids with mental health support. We have to deal with their trauma. We have to be there for them. We need more supervision, all these things. We need better facilities that don't spit in their face and that affirm their humanity and their infinite worth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Simone.
Our next online speaker is Juan Trejo.
Good evening, school board. My name is Juan Trejo. I'm a teacher over at Santa Rosa High School. I just want to invite each and every one of you school board members to come spend a day on our campus, not the morning, not coming in after school, but spend a day on our campus. We've had about 4 staff members assaulted by students, and there's fights every single day. And, it just seems to keep getting worse and worse. I'd like to especially invite Omar Medina. He was the one that decided to get rid of the school resource officers along with, everyone else voting, of course. So, yeah, that's all I have is just an open invitation to all of you to come spend a day on our campus.
Thank you. Next, we have Paola Lopez, followed by Daniel Morales Castañeda, followed by Maria Posey.
Buenas noches, miembros de la mesa directiva. Soy parte del comité del TILEC. Venimos unos miembros aquí a darles algunas sugerencias. Incrementar los servicios de consejería con los consejeros bilingües en todas las escuelas, más involucramiento de maestros con los alumnos, que se tomen el tiempo para conocerlos, brindarles más confianza y comunicarles cualquier cosa que esté pasando con ellos y con otros estudiantes. Utilizar los fondos con los que cuenta la escuela y el distrito para contratar a personal, no solo pedir voluntarios. Si se ofreciera un tipo de remuneración, habría más personas, padres dispuestos a ayudar con la seguridad en las escuelas. Pedir conferencias individuales entre padres y maestros para discutir el rendimiento académico de los hijos, sus comportamientos en áreas en las que los estudiantes tengan problemas o materias de estudio que son difíciles para ellos y estrategias de cómo poder ayudar.
Thank you. Thank you.
Gracias.
Paola is also a part of this group of parents that came today. And she was saying, we need to raise and pick up the level of counseling that needs to be happening with the students and hopefully have counselors that are bilingual in all schools, more involvement with the teachers and the students, to take time to know each other, to build trust with each other, have communication so that when something is happening, they're able to trust and tell the teacher what's going on. We should utilize the funds that we have in the schools, in the school district, to hire people that can help with this point, not just try to get volunteers, but we should hire people who are experts and offer some kind of help to the teachers that are willing to help with safety around the schools. We should also have conferences for the teachers and parents where we can talk to them about how academically the students are doing and help them in those areas as needed. We need all the support as we can get to help our students and to help our teachers and keep everybody safe.
Thank you. We have come to time with our public comment, so we are going to take one more virtual public comment, and then we will move forward with the items on our agenda. Just wanted to remind everyone that this is
President Maneri, I'm sorry. Can
Yes.
I ask for a question of privilege? I don't know how the rest of the board, I know we have a lot to get through, but I think I'd really like to hear from everybody that's come in and
I agree. Are we able to, or do you know if we're organizing another listening session in the future?
both. Yes, yes to both. I will allow Director Medina to explain how we would move forward with extending the time.
I think at this point, it's just continuing to follow through, allow the cards that you have received and whoever's still left on the list. And our meeting will just go longer. If we need to extend the meeting, that'll happen later.
Okay, thank you. And yes, there will be more listening sessions. Superintendent Trudeau.
Just a point of clarity so that there's no confusion. We have individuals online who are continuing to raise their hand. Would we like to stop by, I see Evan P. as the last person who would speak? Or are you going to continue to allow the online to raise their hand?
No, I think we would cut it off wherever it's at this point, as well as the cards that we've received already.
I'm seeing Wendy raise her hand or their hand. And so that would end with Wendy.
Thank you for the clarification and thank you for that suggestion, Director Medina. If the board is okay with that, we will move forward with that. Thank you.
President Manieri, can I add one more thing? We took 45 cards at the beginning, and then we had a set of cards in case we didn't have as many online speakers that could fill up the 90 minutes. I don't know if what you would like to do with
We will take those cards. So the next person on our in-person list is Daniel Morales Castañeda.
Good evening. As a student, I've seen numerous incidents of violence, bullying, and even the use of drugs on school campuses. As much as I've wanted to report them, I would have run the risk of being labeled a snitch and potentially assaulted by 2 or more people. Not to mention the administration would not have done enough to help. If I had confidence that they would do something about it, I would have. This also made me realize school safety regulations alone are not enough to protect students from potential threats. Much so that the students feel the necessity to bring a weapon on campus just to feel safe. What does that say about the school, the district? Schools are places that we can learn and be safe, but we have to live in fear knowing with someone with malicious intent or someone with a weapon could take the life of a fellow classmate or even us. Why hasn't anything been done? Why is it taking someone convicted of manslaughter on one of your campuses for there to be talk of change?
Thank you, Daniel.
Our next online speaker is Marty Geffner.
Hello, my name is Marty Geffner, and I'm a senior at Santa Rosa High School. As students, we all came here tonight with the common goal of getting more safety onto our campuses. While you are listening to what we say, you still try and shut us out and silence our own voices by cutting down the time to 1 minute. How dare you? We come here asking for change, asking for more supervision, more mental health resources, but no, you just try to shut your own students outside of the building. I have been to board meetings since I was 5 years old, have seen people standing 3 deep, teachers standing 3 deep, but no, you won't let the students into the building. All we want is just to be safe at school every day. You really claim to care about us and our voices. It's time for your actions to start speaking the same way as your words. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Maria Posey, followed by Diana Perez, and followed by Jim LaFrance.
Hi, I'm Maria. Is this working? Hi, I'm Maria Posey. First, I want to point out that Miss Adina Flores that's up there in the front, she's recording right now in the beanie. She's actually listed on the comprehensive school safety plan at Santa Rosa City Schools as of yesterday. She has received phone calls from parents with concerns because this board has pushed her out for speaking up for your children, speaking out about all of the abuse of power with the board members that are up there. She will be outside with her fiance. You'll hear the PA. If you want to hear some facts, you want to hear some truth, and you want to ask some questions, go out there. She can let you know some of it. But just so you want to extra check it, comprehensive plan, school safety plan. She's actually listed. If no response, call district emergency extension 799. 3 individuals will be called, Patty, Renee, and Adina. That is Miss Adina Flores right there. So if you want to know and they want to sit and say that she doesn't know what she's talking about, she used to sit up on that board all the way to the left. So they can go ahead and mock everything that she says, call her a basement dweller, but she knows what's going on.
Thank you.
Our next online speaker is Summer Barcellini. Summer, if you can please unmute. It is your turn. You have 1 minute. My apologies. It doesn't seem to be working. Our next online speaker is Marissa Monet-Witt.
Hello. My mother is a teacher at Montgomery High School, and I am a psychology student at SSU, and I was an aspiring teacher, but our schools aren't safe. Schools have counselors to help students figure out their class schedule, but none of that really matters if our students are dying. We need more mental health professionals. Cahoots is a 24/7 emergency response system created by the White Bird Clinic. It consists of a medic or EMT and a mental health professional. They are trained in de-escalation and stabilization of psychological crises. Some of the services they provide are crisis counseling, suicide prevention and assessment, conflict resolution and mediation, help with substance abuse, and mental health screenings. In 2022, Santa Rosa partnered with the White Bird Clinic in order to come up with a similar crisis service program for here in Sonoma County. It's called In Response, and every school should have at least one In Response team on their campus because they focus on both physical safety and figuring out
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Monet.
Thank you. Next, we have Diana Perez, followed by Jim LaFrance, followed by Rumi Nakovsi.
Hello, my name is Diana Perez, and I am from Santa Rosa High School. I'd like to ask the board a question. When will it be enough? May I remind you, we all chose you. You did not get interviewed for this position. We as a community trusted in you to be our voice. So why is your silence so loud? Have you simply forgotten all the promises each and every one of you made during your campaign? I should not be begging for safety in our schools. I should not be pleading for you to do as you promised to keep us safe. While you sit comfortably in those chairs, we students go to bed in fear. School is not how it used to be. We are furious, we are fearful, we are exhausted, and we are disappointed. Step up or step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next online speaker is Janelle Payne.
Good evening. My name is Janelle Payne, and I've been a teacher in this district since 2005. We've heard from many students tonight who say they don't feel safe at school. Many families are choosing to leave our district as a result. The reality is, staff don't feel safe either. I've heard too many stories of staff being assaulted this year alone, let alone last year. And in my experience, site admin have downplayed the threat to safety, and the district office and the board have offered zero response to repeated calls for help. Your silence spoke volumes. And so this year, I made the difficult decision to step away from the classroom. It's a damn shame too, because I'm a good teacher. Other educators have and will continue to follow this same path out the door. If you think staffing issues are difficult now, just wait. It's unfortunate too that the pandemic arrived just as A to G data was coming in, but the writing was on the wall. Removing academic supports for students has created a quote generation of students who are severely credit deficient with no real purpose at school anymore. They end up wandering the halls and disrupting others, which is also a safety issue.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Payne.
Thank you. Next, we have Jim LaFrance, followed by Rumi Nkosi, followed by Dylan DeCastro.
Hello, Board, Santa Rosa community. My name is Jim LaFrance. I've been a teacher in Santa Rosa City Schools for 28 years, the last 20 of which I've been at Montgomery, and I've been a parent of a Santa Rosa City School student for the last 8 years with the kids currently at Montgomery. And all that time, last Wednesday was the darkest day in my entire career. Never before had I ever had a student pass away on our campus, and it's something we can't repeat again. I don't need to state that we need more support. My concern, we have 135 open positions on EdJoin right now. Our campus supervisors make $17.40 per hour. $17.40. The job that they're being asked to do for $17.40 an hour is Herculean, and it's imperative that we need more support. And the people that are supporting us need to make a living wage in Sonoma County. Devon, Miguel, Matt, Dominic, Rebecca, those people deserve living wages because they're making Herculean efforts to support us and educating our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next online speaker is Dr. Jenny Fish.
Hello, everyone. As a local physician with 2 kids at CCLA, I see the crisis of mental health in our community every day. I want to thank you for the voice for all the students that are here tonight, and I want to elevate a couple of things that they're saying. We need to center your voices in these conversations first and foremost, every step of the way. I want to elevate the ask for actual social and emotional support for our students. That means increased restorative justice professionals. It means increased mental health support, including an increase of therapists of color and bilingual and bicultural therapists. We need this urgently. We need increased social work support. I also want to elevate the very real fact that there's no data to support that SROs increase the safety of our schools. You think it would, but the data is actually the opposite, especially for communities of color and especially for students of marginalized backgrounds. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Rumi Nkosi, followed by Dylan DeCastro, followed by Shane Soley.
Hello, board and superintendent. My name is Rami Nakuzi. I've had 6 older siblings attend SRCS schools in the past 15 years. And what I've noticed is that every issue that is being brought up today, they have warned me about. This is not just a one-time thing or recent thing. This has been systemic, not isolated to one school, but many schools. What I see today is people starting to pick up on what the administration and several school administrations have been seemingly forgetting or not responding to. My sister suffers from anxiety, and she was subjugated against by the principal and administrations at Montgomery High School, and nothing was done by administration. It seemed to be swept away. Now we have had a tragedy happen at one school, and I'm wondering, are you guys going to make a difference and make a change here today? Are you actually listening to the voices of all the people who want change? I'm asking you, the administration, the Board of Education and the superintendent to actually do something. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next online speaker is Jackie Elward.
Hello, everybody. I am a SRCS, a Santa Rosa City School employee. And the thing that I want to say tonight is, how can our children feel safe when staff doesn't feel safe and always worried about retaliation? We need to make sure that staff, when they come to talk to you about our children problems, to feel safe and not lose their job because they voice their opinion. I understand that all of you on this board do your best, but please, I advocate for the safety of our children. You have heard them. They have been pleading, and I stand behind them 200,000%. But now it is time to make sure that staff feel safe when they come to talk to you or the administrator at the school they are, in order to help our kids better. So please listen and do something.
Thank you. Next, we have Dylan DeCastro, followed by Shane Sully, followed by Ava Parmalee.
When you hear that alarm, your heart drops. When you see cops and people panicking, when you get an announcement saying everything is okay, just go back to class, your heart drops. But what's even scarier is when you have no clue what's going on. When your classmates next to you are crying. When your classmates can't decide if it's some kid with a prank or if there's a school shooter right outside the door. We need transparency and info. I need to know what's going on if I hear an alarm, if I hear any sort of threat of a shooter, instead of just being thrust into unknowledge and into being left into the dark. Please don't leave us in the dark. We need info. We need to feel safe. We need to know what's going on. Please don't leave us in the dark.
Thank you.
Our next online speaker is Gerald. If you can please state your full name. Gerald, if you're there, go ahead and unmute. It is your turn to speak. 1 minute.
I just want to remind the public, as many people that say the SROs don't do justice for our campuses, when you get chased down the road by any criminal or anybody with intent to harm you, anybody in this room or on this meeting reaches for their phone to call a cop for safety. Our kids are asking for it. It's kind of gross that they're not there. I think the board has the blood of that kid on their hands. Everyone needs to think about that. That's it.
Thank you. Next is Shane, followed by Ava Parmalee, followed by Anna Heras.
My name is Thane Sully. I am a senior at Montgomery High School. I was in that class when everything happened. I have numerous amount of friends that were very close to Jaden, and we have not received any attention for our health, our well-being, how we're doing, and we want people to help, and we're not getting the resources we need. It's very traumatizing, and for something like that to happen, for them to just expect us to just go right back to class like nothing has happened it's a disgrace, and it's not okay, and it's not fair what happened, and we need more resources, and we need to do better.
Thank you.
Our next online speaker is Dan Fernando.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm not even a resident in Sonoma County, and I just want to say that, you know, the policies that were created and got everybody here were established a long time ago. Everyone that's sitting in those seats right now, you know what? You might as well throw your words down the toilet because this school board will not listen to you. You need to go follow Adina Flores, who the woman just explained and told you about. Adina has been exposing what has been going on in these meetings. The supervisor, James Gore, is so corrupt. You guys need to get in touch with Adina afterwards. Tie in, you know what? If you don't show up to all these other school meetings, supervisors meetings, they're the ones who are establishing everything. Follow Adina, show up. Otherwise, all this tonight is worthless. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Ava Parmalee, followed by Anna Heras, followed by Deborah Martin.
Hi, I'm Ava Parmalee, a senior at Montgomery High School. And to be quite frank, I had a whole speech about how I blame each and every one of you and not the teachers or admin. But instead, it's more important for me to continue Joey's message from earlier. SROs have been proven by a study done by UCLA to profile students of color 2.5 times more than white students. I'll say that again, 2.5 times more than white students. We need more support for mental health resources and not police in our schools. Around 65% of my peers are people of color. And the last thing I want to see is members of my Viking family in an uncomfortable position because of the color of their skin. I was supposed to be speaking tonight about our facilities and how the broken window theory comes into effect on our campus. Instead, it's too late, and I'm crying out for help because we, the students, are dying under your care. I'm tired of doing your job. Value life, not violence, SRCS. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next online speaker is Crystal. Crystal, if you can please state your full name for the record. Crystal, if you're there, please unmute. It is your turn to speak for 1 minute. Go ahead.
My apologies. My name is Paul Larson, and I just want to clarify that some of the most rigorous meta-analysis in regards to the SROs have determined that we don't have enough data to make a distinction whether they're helpful or not. And in addition, that it needs to be a case-by-case basis depending on which school and what the problems are within that school system. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anna Harris, followed by Deborah Martin, followed by Eric Faith.
Gracias. Buenas noches. Quería agradecer la oportunidad que nos dan de expresarnos. Me llamo Ana Heras, participo en el comité del DELAC. Esta noche estoy aquí con los padres para todos juntos pedir, por favor, que refuercen que los estudiantes usen la aplicación anónima de Stop It para denunciar situaciones en peligro que requieren atención inmediata con estudiantes, padres o su comunidad escolar. Por favor, es fundamental crear comunidad entre los estudiantes, las familias, las escuelas y su personal. Por favor, necesitamos implementar un protocolo para proveer servicios de educación para padres y estudiantes acerca de temas importantes y que nos preocupan a todos y que esto sea requerido en todos los planteles escolares. Por favor, mejoremos, por favor, las condiciones de trabajo de los maestros y del personal de los colegios en general. Gracias.
Gracias.
Thank you. I'm here with the DLAC group. We'd like to, first of all, make sure that we reinforce for our students to use the application that's called Stop It, to be able to tell on situations where they're in danger and that requires attention from somebody, from students, fathers, or parents, or even somebody from the community in the school. It is fundamental to create a community between students, families, schools, and personnel in the school. We need to implement protocol to prevent give services for education for parents and students involving themes that are important and that it should be required for all campuses to have in their school. More supervision in the schools. You hear more about the drugs. We need to provide more classes, information about that. And we need to have investigation and studies about social and enforce the reason why a director or a principal, how it affects the students, to have something concrete to give the students and give the resources necessary to solve some of the problems in schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe this is our last online comment. Next speaker is Evan P. Evan, if you can please state your full name for the record.
My name is Evan Phillips. I'm a parent and I've been a nonviolent student safety trainer for the last 8 years. I've worked professionally in schools all over the nation, including some of the most actively violent and challenged communities in the country. I think it's important to point out the context that the noticeable uptick in behavioral issues is not unique to Santa Rosa City schools, nor is there any correlation with the presence of SROs being there or not, and many schools still do have SROs. So while this is a policy discussion, it's not political, and we all want our kids safe, and that's a magic sauce for us, is that shared intent. And the fact is that kids want to be safe. My concern is that the community is confusing security and safety. Security is an authoritative presence of force. Safety is a state of being that is both physical and emotional. The core and the root of these problems is that we cannot reduce crime unless we increase human wellness. And if we don't put our money where our mouth is, it is never going to happen, cops or no cops.
Thank you. Next, we have Deborah Martin, followed by Eric Faith, followed by Jeremy De La Torre.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Deborah Martin. Estoy aquí con el grupo de padres de DELAC y queríamos exhortar que se haga un estudio sociológico para enfocar y buscar las razones de lo que afecta a los estudiantes para tener algo concreto y así darles recursos necesarios. As a parent, I also want to amplify the voice of the students. And I see a lot of parents asking for SROs. And I'm glad that the speaker before me said that the safety and security is very different. I would like to invite all the parents that are assisting here. Have you been to other board meetings before? How many times have you volunteered your kid's school? Do you know what your kid does during the day? We need community, and community starts with us, the parents, going in there in schools, working with the teachers that are doing it beyond work. We do to do our part too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Eric Faith, followed by Jeremy De La Torre, followed by Horenta Tesfamikael. Is Eric here? Is Jared? Hi, are you Eric?
I'm Eric.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I'm a dad here in Santa Rosa. I think it's kind of insane that the kids are still physically going to school right now. I think if we could shut down for COVID, then we can definitely shut down. And I mean, that's not an option for everybody, but if you can, it should be available to keep your children home until this is fixed. If it was a job site and somebody died, we definitely would shut down the job site until it was fixed, you know? I think it's crazy that the board members don't have kids in the district because no one's gonna look after your own kids like you do. And so there's no vested interest there. So remember that when you vote. Well, the comment about the job site being shut down, well, if someone died at our job site, somebody would definitely get fired, trust me. I feel like the SROs got blamed for something that happened not in Santa Rosa. I heard that.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Eric. Next is Jeremy De La Torre, followed by Harentu Tesfamikael, and followed by Kevin Wei.
Jeremy Delatorre, Maria Creo parent. I'm not going to waste any time going over all the issues because the testimonials here tonight and last night and through emails have expressed all of the concern that we have as parents. Once again, this is a community issue. This is not on one person at the table to fix alone. We have to pull together and fix this together. Society's civility comes from checks and balances. And when you let behavior go unchecked, you become very unbalanced. And that unbalance is now turned into a crisis of chaos amongst our children. Our children in our schools through SRCS feel they can do anything, however, whenever, with no consequences. So what we ask SRCS to do is hold up your end of the bargain and enforce the rules that are already in place. If rules are broken, the consequences need to be followed and proper discipline has to be enforced. If you refuse to do that, no one will learn from their mistakes. We cannot no longer talk about this. There has to be action. Clear communication, better safety protocols, and consequences, please.
Thank you. Next, we have Harentu Tesfamikael, followed by Kevin Wei, followed by Shantavi Tornado.
Hello, my name is Hareta Tesfamichael. I am the president of the Black Student Union at Montgomery High. I'm speaking on my own behalf because there is danger in a single story. I'm firmly against any sort of campus resource officer because I have a historically justified fear of police officers, even though I've had only positive interactions with them. I'm anxiety ridden in their presence because of what police may or may not do. An armed officer only provides an illusory sense of safety. In studies done by the Department of Criminology at the University of Maryland, University of Connecticut, and the Chicago's Lawyers of Committee of Civil Rights, and many other statistically proven researchers, SROs, we have no reason to believe SROs provide safety. Black and brown students, specifically males, are targeted, and just looking at small scale statistics of exclusionary discipline. SROs merely increase the contact students have with the juvenile justice system and disproportionately Black and brown students, and they promote the school to prison pipeline, which is not theoretical. This is historically and statistically proven.
Thank
Thank you. Next, we have Kevin Wei, followed by Shantavi Tornado, followed by Holden Abudara.
Last Friday, I asked myself, should I go to the walkout? I quickly answered that question, no, nothing will change. Listen to us, we're just students who are angry. So many thought the walkout is unreasonable. Well, let's be reasonable here. That thought should never have crossed my mind. Why has the board convinced me and my peers that change is impossible? We're not just students, we're not just angry. Do you see our faces? Do you feel our anger? Are we human to you? Why is it so hard for a student to create change? We're human too. I went on that walkout because I should believe that you will listen to us. The walkout should not be necessary. A person should not have died. Convince me you will listen to us.
Thank you. Next, we have Shantavi Tornado, followed by Holden Abudara, followed by Oliver Sweet. Is Shantavi here? Okay, our next speaker is Holden Abudara.
Hello, board. Members of the board, I hope you understand that the voices here are telling you, you don't make us feel safe. It is not you, but our teachers and student supervisors who go above and beyond to protect us when they feel just as abandoned by this board and our district's various school administrations. Please make an effort to strengthen communication within our district between administrators and teachers. The feeling of everyone I interact with in my school, including my teachers, find the relationship between us and admin is laughable. Student resources are overburdened and cannot take care of the thousands of us that feel unsafe because of your neglect. We need bare minimum, one mental health professional per 250 students, bare minimum, to reach out and help students with mental health issues instead of leaving unstable students feeling alone. Every year, your neglect for the reality of what being in one of your schools is like, the more traumatized you leave the children and young adults that you are elected and paid to protect.
Thank
I'm
you.
done.
Next is Oliver Sweet, followed by Ellen Keegan, followed by Diego Arieta. Is Oliver here? Okay, our next speaker is Ellen Keegan.
I'm Ellen Keegan, and I'm here to talk about increased transparency from the school board and administration. The school board meeting minutes for open session need to improve. The minutes are vague and give no details as to what leads to the decisions that are voted on and passed by the board. This is a public meeting, and had someone been in attendance, they would have been privy to this information. There's a lack of accountability when the minutes don't accurately reflect the meeting. The current version is watered down at best. Check it and look it up. Delivering a system to swiftly and accurately communicate with the parents where they are notified immediately and given the level of threat, whether it's immediate or reported or nearby, is also needed. Not being transparent in this area leads to rumors, distrust, and anger. Our students are becoming desensitized with practice drills and lockdowns happening so frequently. When you keep them in the dark during an actual threat or event without context, it isn't taken seriously. How are you supposed to repair and build trust when students can't count on you for information when their safety is at risk?
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Diego Arieta, followed by Maria Crane, and followed by Lynn Carlisle.
Yes, I would like to thank the board for letting me address today. For me, what happened last Wednesday was not only a tragedy, but a call to action. I myself, I'm not a local, but I have experienced a lot of similar tragedies to this. Nearly 2 months ago in Monterey Park, a place which I loved and I cherished dearly, 11 people were massacred by a mentally unstable man who decided to take all his anger on people. Now, just last Wednesday, a kid got stabbed 3 times in the heart for no apparent reason because that freshman felt that he was threatened. And now, I look at all of you who are in attendance in today, that we are the call for action, that we must defend our right. As we say, let's make change. We come in peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Maria Crane, followed by Lynn Carlisle, and followed by Julie Cooney.
Hi, I've been a teacher for 42 years. I shared at the community meeting. I think it's time for solutions, and I really commend the young people that are here. You all need to run for office. Here are my solutions. We need a countywide mentorship program. They're calling out to have somebody, everyone needs a cheerleader, somebody that will support them through their career as a student. And sadly, it doesn't happen in every home. Second, student representatives need to be on the school board and every school leadership team so their voices are heard and their good ideas are implemented. And we need to mandate that you all and school officials and governing boards be present on schools and campuses regularly so you can see and experience the needs and don't lose touch with the people you were elected to serve. Third, I suggested a den at every school in J. Den's honor, a protective space on campus where the students can retreat to at any time to receive counsel, express themselves with art, healing, interact with the pet, whatever it takes. The mental health needs they're wanting addressed now. Fourth, we need to start earlier with the tool of forgiveness.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Lynn Carlisle, followed by Julie Cooney, followed by Libby Dalton.
I'm Lynn Carlisle. I'm a mother of Montgomery High School alumni. I am a grandmother of present Montgomery students, and I'll be a great-grandmother in a few years for another Montgomery student. So I have a lot of history with the school, and I'm appalled at what is happening. You assigned a 32-member group to study this program last summer, and they did that. Although you did not listen to them, you decided to do it yourself, what you wanted to do, not what you were told by the community. This problem is created by you not listening. You have many tools in your toolbox to take care of discipline and security and safety for your schools. Don't focus on just one. Mental health is very important.
Thank
SROs
you.
work. I've seen it happen.
Thank you so much.
Thank
So
you.
please listen this time.
Hi, I'm Julie Cooney. I graduated from Montgomery in 1977 and moved away. I came back almost 50 years later, and I went to my school and I thought, wow, it's the same, but way run down and neglected. And I just couldn't believe it. It looked like a slum school. And I feel like the kids are neglected too. And I'm agreeing with the last speaker. I'm agreeing with the one before that, but fear is a disease, and what's happening at Montgomery is a microcosm of what's happening in our society. And you guys, the students, you guys have to be part of the change. You're angry enough to be part of the change. You love each other enough to be part of the change. Start a revolution at your school. Love each other. Don't let anybody get left behind. You guys, you need protection. You need protection. You need it now, but you need mental health counseling and stuff too. You need them both. This is crisis intervention.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Libby Dalton, followed by Cynthia Butelsbacher. Is Libby here? Okay, next we have Cynthia Butelsbacher. Okay, our next three cards are Fawn Etienne, Natalie Goodrich, and Santiago Solis. Is Fawn here? Is Natalie Goodrich here? Okay, thank you. Is Santiago Solis here? The next three speakers are Alfredo Sanchez, Jessica Jones, and Ashtel Pierre.
My name is Alfredo Sanchez. An injury to one is an injury to all. You know, I just wanted to say, I got 10 kids in Sonoma County. They all graduated. 3 of those kids came out of Montgomery High School. And I started to think, what are the difference between these kids today and my kids? There's no difference. They're the same kids. They're kids. And they should provide safety. And teachers should be able to teach in safety. What happened here is not that the kids got sloppy, it's that the system got sloppy. You guys got sloppy. Get yourself a thinking hat. Get critical thinking. Instead of, you should put your office, when I was a community worker out there, my car was out.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
And your office should not be here.
Thank you.
It should be.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we have Jessica Jones, followed by Ashtel Pierre, followed by Quinton Oliva. Is Jessica Jones here? Okay, our next speaker is Ashtel Pierre.
Hello, my name is Ashdale. I'm an alumnus of Montgomery High School. The gross negligence that is evident on the part of the administration, both at Montgomery and at the district, points to a deeper festering wound. Montgomery is littered with the refuse of broken promises that has manifested itself in the fetid smell of sewage, rat-infested portables, and substandard bathrooms. The facilities demonstrate complete and utter lack of care about the students' physical needs, so it's not so far to leap that the school does not care about their emotional needs as well. With an eye towards reactionary politics, the district chose the performance of care in removing more adult eyes and interaction towards a goal that was never clearly articulated. I'm not in favor of police, but if you remove police, you must invest in the students.
Thank you. Next is Quinton Oliva.
Hello, board. I'm a junior here at Montgomery, and I just wanted to talk about all of our maintenance and everything that's going on at Montgomery. Teachers and students at different years and classes begged you at board meetings at the district office for AC in the past. When it was 100 degrees out, it took them 6 years until they changed them during the pandemic. My brother and my sister sat there all 4 years with no AC with dead rats in their classroom. In the 60s bungalow, there's a literal skunk in the classrooms, sitting 2 hours in a classroom smelling skunk. Imagine that. And there's mold in our classrooms. I'm not talking about now, I'm talking about our future. That's gonna affect our health. And then with all of that going on, we have a pipe that burst in our 40s hall. If you take a step in our shoes, you will have poop in it. There is literal feces water in our halls flooding. After that, if there's the communication was horrible. Teachers need police scanners so they know what's going on during the thing. And I asked the board to look at me when I say this. We got the attention of the news twice in 1 week before we got the attention of our own board district. And it really is sad that it takes a student's life for you guys to actually start caring about it. Take a change.
Thank you. I'm gonna ask if the following folks are here, just in case we missed them. These are folks who we didn't hear from when we called their name. Libby Dalton, Cynthia Buchelspacher, Juan Etienne, Santiago Solis, and Jessica Jones. Okay. We're gonna take 4 people who are have their hand raised online at this time.
Our next online speaker is Mark Kirby. Mark, go ahead. It's your turn. You have 1 minute. Mark, I'll come back to you. Our next speaker is Kristen Truder. Kristen, it is your turn to speak. If you go ahead and unmute, you have 1 minute. you're calling in on a cell phone, you can press *6 and unmute. I will also come back to you. Our next online speaker is Jay. Jay, if you can state your full name.
Yeah, Jay Winstrom. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I graduated Montgomery about 15, 20, almost 16 years ago. And we had a officer on campus that was people's friend. I mean, we got along with all the kids and kept us all safe. And Omar Medina is a racist and seems to think that that's a racist thing to have a cop on campus, but it protects the kids. You guys need to put a cop back on campus.
Thank you. I believe he's finished. We'll try Millie Quintana. Millie, if you are there, go ahead and unmute.
Hi, it's Millie Kanata. I have students that are in West County. However, they are also dealing with the same trauma that, our whole county has to deal with through the last 4 or 5 years. And mental health is the real situation. No one, even the adults, can manage what's happening right now. And so if we can be the leaders that take into account the conversations and listen to them, and like someone suggested, reorganize everything to where the kids are involved, because they are our future. We need them to be empowered and to feel safe so that there aren't mass suicides, because the level of concern right now, students are coming home every day worried that they're going to either die or it's better off to kill themselves. That's scary. It's in our homes. We're trying to help. We want to work together. We have to listen to them.
Thank you, Millie. Next, we'll try Mark Kirby. Mark, if you're there and can unmute, please do so at this time. You have 1 minute.
Hi, yes, Mark Kirby. I was a member of the ad hoc committee for the SRO MOU. I was, of course, disappointed when the board did not follow our direction and chose to just let the SRO agreement fade into the sunset. They seem to hang their hat on the fact that 8% of the students surveyed didn't feel comfortable with police on campus. And I guess my question to them would be, knowing that 0 is a statistical impossibility, what would be an appropriate amount of discomfort? Is it 2%? Is it 1%? That was never defined and very disappointing. I hear everyone talking about, getting rid of it, not having SROs. It needs to be a layered approach. We need to have everything, SROs, mental health, and restorative justice.
Thank you, Mr. Kirby. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Summer Broccolini. Summer, if you're there.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hallelujah, thank you. I just want to reach out and say that I'm part of a group of 65 parents from our district. We compiled a list of what's most important for us, and ultimately our children's safety is everything to us. We don't want our teachers harmed. We want people there to intervene, but regular people cannot intervene when somebody has a knife or a gun. Our SROs need to bridge the gap of uncomfortableness in our communities. We want rules enforced. We want consequences followed each and every time. We want better, more efficient communication. We know that there are drugs, alcohol, and vaping going on in the bathrooms. It's time to get control of that. We need adults in every bathroom. We want SROs back. We want to get a handle on the safety and the closeness of a campus so that people can't just come on campus whenever they want. We want more control. We've been asking you to improve and ensure our kids' safety on our campuses for years. We are now a liability. Thank you.
President Manieri, there are no other hands raised.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for sharing your public comments with us. Please know that this board is listening and we're hearing every single word. And thank you to the students who showed up today and you're still here. Thank you so much for using your voice to demand from this system what it is that you need. And please know that we are listening. Thank you for being here. We need to agendize a conversation so that this can be a dialogue. You can stay for our board member reports. Every single board member will have an opportunity to share what they would like to share. We're going to move on. I encourage you to stay for the board member reports after the next few items. The next item on our agenda is the California School Employee Association report. We have CSEA President Mary Lehman.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, President Manieri, Governing Board, Superintendent Tranel, Cabinet members and guests. Thank you, everyone who spoke tonight. We respect your thoughts and comments, and we look forward to implementing changes together. Let's gather our thoughts for a moment in silence for the loss of life, the pain and remorse we feel at this time. The tragedy at Montgomery comes at a time when students, teachers, and yes, everyone is living in a post-COVID reality worldwide. The district is facing unmanageable discipline problems, rising absenteeism, academic regression, declining enrollment, and deteriorating facilities. We need to ask what each of us can do to help to turn this situation in the right direction. Today is about the 129th day of school for elementary students and 128 for secondary. Now I think of those completed days of school compared to the number of calls Santa Rosa Police Department has received from SRCS this school year. Was it hundreds? Last week, the press reported there were 97 calls to Santa Rosa Police from Montgomery this year, 96 calls from Elsie Allen, 104 from Pioneer High School, 142 from Maria Creo, and 119 from Santa Rosa High School. Be reminded, it was pointed out that, quote, the vast majority of these calls are for nonviolent issues. Fireworks on campus, suspicious vehicles and burglary, 7 for battery, assault, or some kind of fight on campus. Isn't 7 too many? Let's do something to change this trend. What can we do? My 3 kids went to Montgomery High School years ago, yet we are all trying to cope with this event. How could something like this have happened here? How did we let it get to this point? Our whole community, not just the school community, must work together, voice our feelings and ideas in order to move forward in the following weeks toward a positive solution. I have sent out a questionnaire to all the CSEA members in Spanish and English about safety at their school sites. If they feel safe or not, and if not, what solution they might suggest. That information will be given to the board this week. Who are we? CSEA are the classified, we are the support staff that make the school safer. We are the links between the administration, the teachers, and the students that keeps everything working. Who are they? The bus drivers, cafeteria workers, campus supervisors, custodians, yard duty workers, library techs, IMTs, ESOMs, instructional assistants, attendance techs, secretaries, and the health techs. But we have 139 job openings not filled. What's wrong with this picture? The school sites are missing key support staff. Teachers are absent at record highs attending trainings during the school day. We don't have enough substitute teachers to fill the classrooms, so administrators fill classrooms, instructional aides fill in, and student absenteeism is high. And we wonder why. We encourage the board to approve the Sunshine document that we can begin negotiations with the district. And let's work together with courage, compassion, and resilience. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the Santa Rosa Teachers Association report with President Catherine Howell.
Hi, good evening. I have a long speech I could read. I can't imagine how it would be better than anything that was said tonight or last night. I've been listening and listening and listening, and I'm coming up with the word trust. There's no trust. The teachers walk into the schools and trust that our administrators, our district is providing a safe learning space. We have overcrowded classrooms. Our students are in there trusting that the teachers are going to be able to give them the attention they need, give them the resources they need to be successful students and be successful in their lives. And we can't, because we have 165 or 190 students. How many of our teachers are working more than full-time right now because there's vacancies all over the district? There's no way to give attention to a student when you have 190 students in the course of a day, and we lose their trust and they act out. They're not successful. They're wandering. I think Ashley Bell said, they're wandering the campus lost. They don't trust us. We turn to the administrators. The administrators say, we can't help you. We can't do anything about that. There's no consequence for that. Send them back to class. Make a better connection, do what you can, and we lose our trust with our administrators. We look at our administrators, we think, where is their trust lost? Are they afraid to tell the board that they need to suspend more students? Are they afraid to go to the administration at the district office and say, things are falling apart at my school? And they don't trust. 20 administrators at Montgomery. I went through, I think, 8 administrators in my 10 years at Cook Middle School. You didn't fix Cook, you shut it down, turned it into something else. There's no trust. The kids can't trust us, and we can't trust the administration, and the administration can't trust their bosses at the district office, and nobody can trust the board to say, we're gonna fix it. And that's what I'm seeing. I can't add to the list of things we need. I can't say, mental health facilities or make everything better. If we can't trust that it will never happen, if the students can't trust that it will ever exist, the administrators can't trust that their jobs are going to get easier. We can't even trust the administrators are going to be at work. And so I have no solutions. I have no wise words, except that until we build trust together, we're never going to have the communities we want. And we're never going to be able to give the kids what they need, what they deserve, what we're all in this profession for. I did not become a teacher to watch kids fail. I became a teacher to help them get ready for the rest of their lives. And we're not helping them with that. We're beating them down before they're even 14 years old and showing them, telling them the only way to succeed in life is to be 100% ready to go to a 4-year university at 18. There's a lot of people that weren't ready for that. I wasn't ready for that. I wasn't ready to be an 18-year-old college freshman at a university, and I'm pretty, I think I'm pretty successful right now. Why are we pushing every single person into the same direction and calling it equity? That's not what equity is. So let's rebuild this trust. Let's come up with some realistic expectations for what teachers can do for students, what students can do to make their lives successful, and how this district can lead us there and help us there and get there together. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the superintendent report.
Thank you, President Manieri, members of the board, those who are with us in person and online. Normally, I count the days, and Ms. Lehman did that for me tonight. So I have something that I would like to share. There is nothing more important than the safety, security, and well-being of our students and the dedicated personnel who work with them every day on our campuses and in our classrooms. Safe schools include connections and relationships. To address student safety, security, and well-being effectively, we must also consider social supports such as counselors, therapists, and professionals trained to help students deal with specific needs. There are no words to adequately convey the devastating loss of a young life and those who were also involved. I will share that we are honoring the tragic loss of a life and others, which will be forever changed with action. The range of emotions is tremendous, yet the one thing that all voices express is care. The practical reality is that schools, all schools, share students with a broader community, and that is why we must engage the community fully. I understand that people have questions regarding the interactions between students involved in this tragedy that occurred. And I believe that these questions come from a place of wanting to find remedies and strategies to ensure that this never happens again. I just must say that federal and state student privacy laws strictly prohibit the disclosure of that information being requested, regardless of understandable curiosity and concern. Therefore, we cannot answer any specific questions about the student's educational records, and we cannot confirm or deny what is being shared publicly. Any circulation of information about any students involved in this matter was not provided by the district. This said, I would like to clarify that all of our students and families that we have, for all of our students and families, that we have services on our campuses and we can do more. We are going to continue to work with our community to engage in listening and healing and action. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Next is the board president report. I feel like I kind of did my reporting time at the beginning, but something I do want to share with everyone, and it was something that a speaker mentioned earlier about our responsibility, and it really is our responsibility to work with our legislators, our senators, our representatives to make sure that we're getting the funding that we need in our system to create the change that we all want. And so I just wanted to share that on Friday, Superintendent Trinnell and I will be meeting with Senator Mike Thompson, who thank you, Congressman Mike Thompson, who has invited us into a conversation to learn about funding at the federal level. And so hopefully I can bring back more information for everyone. about how that conversation goes and what that leads to. But I just wanted to share that because it was a really important comment that was made. And with that, I'm going to open it up to my fellow board members if they would like to give a report this evening. Director Medina.
Thank you, President Manieri. First off, I want to thank everyone, especially all the students, for being present, for taking action, for making your voices heard. I emphasize heard because I hear you. I'm listening. I'm truly saddened, as well as I'm angry. I'm angered at the tragedy that has occurred. The loss of any student life is unacceptable. To me and to our family, we've lost a student. My deepest condolences to the family. My heart is truly with you. 5 years ago, I lost my younger brother, and to this day, my mother continues to struggle with that loss. That loss of a child is something I do not wish upon any parent. The incident has impacted all of our students. In listening, what is clear is that there are many things our students are facing. It's also clear that our staff are struggling. We, as a district and as a community, still have much work to do. I do not pretend to know everything, nor everyone's experience, but what I am an expert on is my experience and my story. Today is International Women's Day, and I want to take a moment to highlight one woman in particular, that being my mother. When I was in 8th grade, I was truly at a crossroads on the path to becoming involved in the gang life. But my mother, who worked 2 jobs, but she still made time to become an engaged parent in my school and made sure that I was a part of it. Her example is one reason I am a strong advocate for parent engagement. And I call on all parents to be actively involved in our school community. It truly does make a difference. It made a difference for me. But it was not simply the engagement of my mom. It was also being engaged in student organizations on campus. It was teachers, for me, like Roberto Zúñiga or Del Mitchell, that gave up their lunchtime to open spaces for us as students, and they connected us with others in the community. They brought community members like Dr. Francisco Vasquez, Rene Mesa, and many others to engage with us as students. In my view, this was a community effort that ultimately, I feel, saved me and many other students that went to school with me that were on that same trajectory as I. My journey here onto the school board has been decades in the making. I serve out of love for my community and a passion for the well-being and success of every student in our district. It is not okay for students not to feel safe on our campus. I am actively listening, and I'm hearing many needs and also possible solutions, especially from students. I'm committed to providing a safe and nurturing environment for all of our students. I believe that every student deserves the opportunity to thrive academically, socially, and emotionally, and I will work tirelessly to ensure that this remains our focus. There's so much I would like to say, but for now, I will end by saying it's important to recognize that our schools are part of a larger community, and I'm committed to collaborating with students, families, staff, our community partners to address the challenges that our students are facing. I know that by working together, we can create positive change and support the success of all of our students. I know there's a lot more work coming ahead. I invite you to keep coming, to keep participating, and to keep engaging with us, to hold us accountable. But all I can do from my end is to continue and to say that I will do more and that I'm taking everything y'all are saying seriously and that I'm listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Medina. Director Bowie.
Hi, for everyone who doesn't know me, I am the student representative and I'm a senior at Pioneer. Ever since I heard about this tragedy, I've been left speechless. I've thought about it every second, minute, and day ever since it's happened. This experience, it should have never happened in the first place, and it leads to the experiences of others where our stories should be heard. This isn't just a one-time thing, and as many have expressed, it is systemic. It goes on, not just from our homes, but it's difficult when our homes should be our schools. I want everyone to feel safe, and I want everyone to feel like they have a voice. And 3 things I want to emphasize is accountability, transparency, and unity. We are a community, and no matter our differences, we're all here for the same purpose, because we care for one another. And I wouldn't be here if I didn't care about our district and the community that we're from.
Thank you, Director Bowie. Director Sheffield.
Can be a little hard to speak. We're 3 hours into this public meeting and a week into this tragedy, a week of sleepless nights, and my heart is broken. And to the students who spoke, I don't have answers tonight, but I am committed to bring about the changes expressed tonight and last night. And change isn't going to happen overnight. And it'll take time, and it'll take resources, and it'll take a lot of commitment from community. Right now, like all of you, I'm grieving for the students and the families involved in last week's tragedy. 1 child's life's lost, and 2 children's lives are forever changed, and I am sorry. To the students and families and the staff at Montgomery, and to the students and families throughout our school community, this is a tragedy that is going to take time to heal. Tonight, we had a room full of students and parents. And to the students that are still here, I want to thank you for the words that you spoke. We need to hear more from you. Keep all this about you. We heard from many of you last night. We hear you today, and we'll continue to hear you. I thank my colleagues, and I believe that we're all in agreement that this is about you and what you're experiencing. As adults and as policymakers and administrators and teachers and parents, we want the world for you. And we make these decisions that concern you with your best interests in mind. And we do this out of love. And I'm a parent, and my kids go to our schools, and many parents with us tonight. As a parent, I know my thoughts are with my kids every hour of the day that they're at our schools. That's why I joined this board. It's because I have kids that are in the district, and that's where my mind is during the school hours. As parents, we send our kids off to school every day. We say, we love you. We say, give your best effort. I tell my kids, make good decisions. But the moment you guys are out the door, we don't have any control. You guys are vulnerable, and we want to protect you, and we want to do better, and we must do better. What control that we do have are maybe the policies that we put in place. One student asked us tonight that we convince them, we convince you that we're committed to the changes that you demand. And you say, please allow us to convince you. All of us on the board, we come with unique perspectives and unique backgrounds. And we all do this. This is not a paying job. This is a job that we volunteer to do. Students, we hear you. We know that you're not okay. And us adults and the parents and the administrators, we're not okay either, but it's still our responsibility to take care of you. And I'm committed to doing this. And parents and teachers and staff, we hear you too. We have to make campuses safer. And the district is committed to doing this. We need your support, and community folks who are online joining us, folks in the community, people that I've talked to over the past week. We need your support as well. We have strength in community. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Schiff. Director Flores.
First of all, thank you for being here. I know this is very challenging times, and I am a school counselor in Healdsburg. I have been a school counselor for over 23 years. I have seen, personally, the trauma that a lot of our students have gone through. And I just want you to know that in the back end here, I am actually the collective we're working tirelessly to make sure that your thoughts, your ideas are being heard at the highest level, not only at this board, but at the county and state level. It's difficult to express the depth and pain we're all experiencing over the loss of one of our students. Anything, I say, will likely fall short in capturing the magnitude of our grief. I'm just taking a few moments to let you know that we know we can do better. We must do better. Prioritizing our health and well-being for our students has been an ongoing goal for Santa Rosa City Schools, and it is time to step up. I want you to know that the board is listening and very seriously considering all of your suggestions. All of our students deserve access to resources and supports to help them thrive in school and life. And it shouldn't matter if your district is basic aid or a state revenue district, meaning rich or poor districts. That is why I'm very encouraged to announce that we have received a planning grant from the state to establish, and this is brand new, to establish community schools. Together, educators, students, families, and our district can designate such increased resources for community schools and add meaningful mental health supports and services to our district. These additional resources must be used only for new and additional programs and supports, like, for example, school-based wellness centers. But we know it's not enough to just receive funding. We need to ensure that this money is spent in a way that truly benefits our students and teachers. That's why we're committed to working with our parents, students, educators, and the community to ensure that the funds are used effectively and efficiently. This partnership is crucial to creating a comprehensive support system for our students, family, and for each other. Investing in our community schools and wellness centers is not just about improving the health and well-being of our students, it's also creating a better learning environment for everyone. Our kids, when our kids are happy and healthy, they are more engaged in their education and more likely to succeed. So let us prioritize our kids' health, happiness, and success. Let's explore the idea of wellness centers in each site throughout the district. And let's work together in a partnership between parents, educators, and the community to ensure that these initiatives are a top priority. Together, we can make this work, and together, we can start the healing process. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Flores. Director Fung.
I don't want to repeat it, what everybody said. Ditto. We're talking about thanking you and for your voice and for your activism and the hurt, the absolute hurt that we're all feeling. I will say this, and you've heard me say this before, if you've listened to the board meetings. I've dedicated my entire adult life to education. I was a teacher for 1 billion years, a principal for another 1 billion years. I'm very old, and I am so heartsick. But I'm so glad to hear from you because you're telling us what you need and we are listening. So we've said that we are listening. And what I have said before so many times, this board knows me, broken record, We need to transform our schools to match what we need today in 2023 and beyond for my children, they're grown-ups now, they went to our schools. And we need to provide different lanes for people to go to school, people to be educated. We need the mental health and the supports and the community. We can't do it in 180 days and 6 periods a day. And we just can't do it that way. And we can't do it with the funding that we have. One of our speakers here quoted some numbers, and he said we were 17th, and I think we're 31st in the state in terms of funding per pupil spending in the country. And we are the 4th largest economy in the world. And so it is immoral that we spend as little money as we do, because really, let's get real. We can't afford all these things without a different budget. We just cannot. Okay, you just cannot. And so what I'm looking forward to, and what we've talked about with superintendent, is that we need to engage all of our partners in our community. That means the police as a partner. That means city government. That means our chambers of commerce. That means our nonprofits, our mental health. Because when we have shelter instability, and when we have food instability, and we have mental health and physical wellness instability, not to throw Kaiser under the bus, but going to mental health at Kaiser is very difficult, really difficult. It's insurance, it's managed care. And so things are falling to our schools. So the community schools model is where we need to go. Schools never had to provide these kinds of things before. Schools used to do reading and writing and arithmetic. Now we're doing all the other things that we need, because it's coming down to the schools because we're not providing it in the rest of our society. So that's where my energy is. We're talking to the legislature. We're talking to the different kinds of people who fund schools. We have to change the funding model. It may not make that immediate difference because you're not going to maybe get another counselor at your school or another restorative justice person at your school, but that's the direction we're going. That's the direction we want to be going. And that's the work we're going to be doing. We are committed to doing that. I'm going to continue in education until my dying breath. So that won't be too soon. I'll be here for a while. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Director Fong. Director De La Cruz and then Director McNally.
Students, you inspire, you move, you demand, and I'm grateful for you. I really heard your voices today. So many of you asking for such different things and also for so many similar things. And I want you to know that up here, there's a lot of challenges that we face as policymakers and people trying to stretch dollars. But I want you to know that I come from people who were told for generations que no se puede. And this movement of people came together and they developed a phrase that has been used now that says, yes, we can. Y sí se puede. And it comes from coraje. You know, coraje is like righteous anger. And our community is feeling righteous anger and a lot of grief because what happened is not okay. I'm so sorry to the family who lost their child. I am so sorry for the families of the children whose lives are forever changed. All of you. We're in a space where we're grieving, where we're raging, and may this coraje create that change that we so need. I want you to know that our goal is to have a system that sees every single one of you. There are so many kids in our system who are so bright and so beautiful and who are getting overlooked every day. Just run right over, falling through the cracks, and that is not okay. And it is our job together as a community to lift each other up, to model what it looks like to solve really difficult problems with respect, with love, coming together, learning how to regulate dysregulated emotions and how to work through tough problems. We're going to do our best to change consequences that we have right now, the tools that we have in our belt, they're not working. You're telling us that. Our kids are showing us that. I'm a parent in this district. Mijo, I'm so sorry. Yeah, you're dealing with what you're dealing with. As a sophomore in high school, my daughter's a sixth grader. I don't want her to feel scared when she goes to school next year. I want to lift up something that I heard Ms. Harris say earlier tonight that just really spoke to my soul, that our job as a board is to affirm your infinite worth. May we do that every day with every person in our community, is to tell you how worth our time, our love, our energy, our frustration, your rage, you, each and every one of you are in this district. I also want you to know that every single grown-up up here and all of the wonderful people that are sitting in this audience who do their best every day, we're all working together to develop the heart muscles and the muscles to listen to you and to all of our community, to listen to each other and to really create new things, because that's what it is that we need to do together. Sí se puede. Con coraje, con amor, con respeto. Thank you.
Director McNally.
I have sat on this board for less than 3 months. This role is still new to me. In my day job, I am a teacher in another district. And in that role as a teacher, I know how to support my students. And in fact, that is my number one priority, is building relationships and being there for my students. But in this role now, as a trustee, I am still learning what I can do, because I hear everything you're saying. I want that for you. I want to get you the support staff, the better pay. I know how important it is to have adults on campus whose students feel safe going to. So that is something that I want for you all, and I am committed to working with this team to see what we can do, how we can create policies to get that for you. I really, really feel everything that was said tonight. It brings me to memories of things that have happened in my own experiences as a teacher. And thank you all. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you, board members, for your words and for taking the time to reaffirm our commitment to our community, to our students, our parents, our staff. And thank you all for still being here and for listening to us share what's in our hearts with you. Thank you for being open to that. I'm going to take a moment to breathe because I'm getting really dysregulated right now. We're going to take 5 minutes. Okay, we are going to resume our meeting this evening. We are on agenda item D6, but before we move on, we do need a motion to extend tonight's meeting. Do we have a motion for that?
I'd like to move to extend the meeting to 10:30.
Second.
Okay, that was moved by Director De La Cruz and seconded by Director Sheffield. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. The meeting will continue until 10:30 p.m. And now we are on item D6, CSBA report. Do we have a report this evening?
We do not.
Thank you. Which brings us to D7, District English Learner Advisory Committee, our DLAC report. And I'm going to ask El Presidente Juarez to come down. Buenas noches.
Buenas noches, creo que me conocen, ¿verdad? Mi nombre es Adrián Juárez, presidente del comité de DILAC. Quisiera tomar unos minutos para hablar sobre lo que pasó. Realmente es muy lamentable el suceso, muy triste. Cuando mi hijo me llamó, ¿verdad? Él atiende en Montgomery. Esta tragedia pasó, pero necesitamos también mencionar algo positivo también en lo que hemos estado trabajando, ¿verdad? Tiempo atrás, antes de que pasara este suceso, ¿verdad? Entonces,
Good evening, board. I believe you know me, Adrián Juárez, president of DLAC. He says he wanted to take a moment to acknowledge what happened. It was very difficult having that his son is a student at Montgomery High School. But also he wants to talk about some of the positive and the work that has been happening.
necesitamos trabajar todos juntos para la seguridad, en primer lugar, de nuestros hijos dentro de las escuelas de este distrito y todos los distritos que lo rodean. También invitarlos a nuestras reuniones de este comité y que puedan escuchar a nuestros padres sobre preocupaciones que suceden en las escuelas. Vamos a hacerlo por el bienestar socioemocional y seguridad de nuestros estudiantes.
We need to work together for the safety as a primary work for our students within the schools in our district, as well as the districts that are around us. We also invite you to attend our meetings so that you can listen to the parents, their concerns, things that happen at the schools. We're going to do this for the well-being of our students, the social emotional need of our students, and the safety of all of our students.
En esta noche estuvo la señora Naxeli, secretaria del comité, la señora Karen, tuvieron que marcharse, ¿verdad? Cuestiones, pues, que tienen que irse temprano, ¿verdad? Por los niños. Vamos a continuar. Nuestro comité de DILAC ha estado trabajando y esta tarde les compartiremos logros y peticiones. Agradecemos que este año se ofrecieron 2 entrenamientos para miembros de los comités de ILAC. Nos enorgullece decir que muchos de nuestros padres y algunos administradores asistieron a este entrenamiento que se ofreció para que como comunidad escucháramos de la importancia de este comité y trabajar juntos para incrementar el involucramiento de padres en los comités y escuelas.
Mr. Juarez mentioned that earlier today you heard from Ms. Naxeli Zuniga,
who's the secretary of the board, and also from Ms. Karen Chumil, who is the vice president, who had to leave. The DLAC committee has been working, and this evening they wanted to share some of the achievements and some of their requests. They appreciate the 2 trainings for ELAC committee members that were offered this year. We are proud to say that many of our parents and some administrators attended this training, which was provided so that as a community, we would hear about the importance of the committee and work together to increase parent involvement in the committees and in our schools.
En noviembre, algunas de nuestras escuelas asistieron a nuestra reunión para compartir con nosotros las metas de su SIPSAP y en especial cuál sería su plan de trabajo y enfoque para apoyar a los estudiantes aprendices del inglés.
In November, some of our schools attended our meeting to share with us this year's goals for their SIPSAs and especially what their work plan was to approach the support of our English learners.
Este año continúan los planteles escolares que están participando en el programa para padres de familia PIQUE. Actualmente ya se presentó en 2 escuelas preparatorias, se está llevando a cabo en 3 primarias y en la primavera se ofrecerá a otras escuelas secundarias y otra preparatoria. También agradecemos que escucharon nuestra petición de tener al señor Rafael Vázquez para presentar temas importantes para nuestros padres y estudiantes.
This year, the school sites that are participating in the PIQUE within the PIQUE program continue. Currently, it has already been offered at 2 high schools. It is being carried out at 3 elementary schools, and in the springtime, it will be offered at other middle schools and 1 other high school. We appreciate that you listened to our request to have Mr. Rafael Vázquez present important issues for our parents and students.
Como comité ejecutivo estamos comprometidos a difundir información acerca de los comités de ELAC y DLAC. Y en octubre, con la ayuda de la directora Llamas, hicimos volantes y los repartimos en el evento comunitario del Día de los Muertos. También le agradecemos a la superintendente Trunel de habernos invitado a una entrevista con KBBF para hablar de estos comités y de su importancia. Constantemente estamos pensando en cómo difundir la importancia de estos comités y del involucramiento familiar.
As an executive committee, we are committed to disseminating information about the ELAC and DLAC committees. And in October, with the help from Director Llamas, we made flyers and handed them out at the Day of the Dead community event. We would like to thank Superintendent Chanel for inviting us to an interview with KBBF to discuss these committees and their importance. We are constantly thinking about how we share the importance of these committees and family engagement.
Estamos emocionados de saber que los comités de LAR en las escuelas son un enfoque y que todas las escuelas están teniendo reuniones enfocándose en sus estudiantes, aprendices del inglés y revisando los datos, actualizando sus metas para informar su trabajo y asegurar que cada plantel tiene un plan de cómo proveer servicios y apoyos para sus estudiantes.
We are excited to learn that site-based LARC committees are a focus and that all of the sites are having meetings focusing on their English learners, reviewing data, updating their goals to inform their work, and ensuring that each site has a plan on how they will provide services and support for their students.
También agradecemos que nuestra petición de mejorar el proceso para ser voluntario en las escuelas está mejorando. En especial, que el examen ahora está en español y esperamos pronto esté disponible en otros idiomas.
We appreciate that our request to improve the process for volunteering in schools is improving, especially that the exam is now in Spanish, and we hope that it will be available in other languages soon.
Agradecemos que tuvimos la oportunidad de proveer sugerencias, ideas de acciones que quisiéramos ver que se incorporen en el plan de LCAP. Necesitamos encontrar maneras de ayudar a nuestra comunidad de padres a asistir a las reuniones comunitarias acerca de este plan, ya que asistimos a algunas reuniones y hubo muy poca participación de padres en las reuniones presenciales.
We appreciate that we had the opportunity to provide suggestions and ideas for actions that we would like to see incorporated into the LCAP plan. We need to find ways to help our parent community attend community meetings about this plan. We attended some of the meetings and know that there was very little parent participation in the face-to-face meetings.
Agradecemos el arduo trabajo del Departamento de Servicios Multilingües para ofrecer desarrollo profesional para el personal de nuestro distrito, a nuestras coordinadoras, facilitadores familiares, en atender a las necesidades de nuestros padres, en apoyar a nuestros estudiantes con el examen estatal de LPAC, y sabemos que ese departamento necesita seguir creciendo y ser apoyado para que puedan proveer servicios al personal y a nuestros estudiantes, aprendices del inglés y a nosotros los padres.
We appreciate the hard work of the Multilingual Services Department in providing professional development for our district staff, our family engagement facilitators in serving the needs of our parents, in supporting our students with the LPAC test, and we know that the department needs to continue to grow and be supported so that they can provide services to the staff, our multilingual learners, and to our parents.
Conforme se materializa el proceso del distrito para apoyar a los padres con el proceso de las huellas para ser voluntario, pedimos que el personal sea sensato, esté capacitado y provea información correcta y que no cause temor a los padres de tomar la iniciativa de hacer este proceso para apoyar a las escuelas.
As the district's process to support parent volunteers with fingerprinting materializes, we ask that the staff be sensible, be trained, and provide correct information that does not cause fear in the parents who take the initiative to go through this process to support our schools.
Y como lo habíamos mencionado, y creo que se mencionó esta noche, pedimos que se contrate más personal para ayudar en todas las escuelas con la seguridad durante los recreos, hora de almuerzo. Hemos escuchado que hay un incremento de peleas y violencia y creemos que las escuelas necesitan ayuda para monitorear y apoyar a los estudiantes. Creemos que se necesitan proveer asambleas donde se les dé herramientas a los padres y estudiantes para lidiar con temas como el bullying, el acoso, el cómo solucionar problemas sin violencia.
As you have heard tonight, we have had thought about this. We ask that more staff be hired to assist in all schools with safety during recess and lunch times. We have heard of an increase in fights and in violence and believe that our schools need help monitoring and supporting our students. We believe that assemblies need to be provided where parents and students are given tools to help them with the issues such as bullying, harassment, and how to solve problems without violence.
Nuestros estudiantes necesitan apoyo psicológico para su salud mental y para navegar lo socioemocional que conlleva al estrés académico.
Our students need psychological support for their mental health and to navigate the social emotional aspects of academic stress.
Pedimos talleres o seminarios para padres de tema de importancia para apoyar a la comunidad escolar. ¿Qué tal una universidad para padres con un enfoque en herramientas para apoyar a los estudiantes y al personal?
We ask for workshops or seminars for parents on important topics to support the school community. How about Parent University with a focus on tools to support students and staff?
Pedimos que se promueva el centro de salud Wellness Center que tiene nuestro distrito. ¿Cuál es el horario? ¿Qué servicios se proveen? ¿Quién tiene acceso a ellos?
We ask that the wellness center that our district has be promoted. What are their hours? What services are provided? And who has access to them?
Necesitamos personal bilingüe y bicultural, que las posiciones aún vacantes sean una prioridad y que sean un compromiso duradero hacia nuestros estudiantes aprendices del inglés.
We need bilingual and bicultural staff. We ask that the remaining vacant positions are a priority and make it a lasting commitment towards our multilingual learners.
Y por último, les agradecemos su apoyo y compromiso hacia nuestros comités de ILAC y DILAC. Estos comités son muy importantes para nuestra comunidad y para el apoyo y el éxito académico de cada estudiante en nuestro distrito. Les hacemos una cordial invitación a ustedes de la mesa directiva, al igual que cada administrador y personal, que asistan a las reuniones de ILAC en las escuelas y las de DILAC para que vean el compromiso de cada uno de los miembros hacia la educación de todos los estudiantes del distrito de Santa Rosa. Y nuestra próxima reunión de DILAC es el 6 de abril. Esperamos contar con su presencia.
And lastly, we thank you for your support and commitment towards our ELAC and DLAC committees. These committees are important for our community and to the support and academic success of every student in our district. We cordially invite you, the Board of Trustees, as well as every administrator and staff to attend the ELACs at the school sites and the DLAC meetings so that you can see the commitment of each one of our members towards the education of all of the students of Santa Rosa City Schools. Our next DLAC meeting is on April 6th, and we look forward to seeing you. Thank you.
Por último, esperamos contar con su presencia vía virtual en estas reuniones. Sé que es muy difícil. Trabajemos juntos, mesa directiva, distrito, padres, comunidad. Vamos a unirnos para salir adelante en esto. No va a ser fácil, no va a ser un cambio radical, pero tenemos que empezar por algo. Gracias.
Lastly, we invite you to attend the meeting virtually. We want to work together with a board, as a committee, with the school community. It will not be easy. It will not be a radical change, but we have to start somewhere, and together we can do it.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias. Yes.
Presidente Juárez o directora Llamas, si nos pueden dar una copia de su reporte, por favor, para tener y poder leer, lo agradecería.
Sí, está bien. Algo que olvidé también, en algún momento se les va a proveer la lista de ideas, sugerencias de nuestros padres de familia que estuvimos en la reunión de DILAC. Me hubiera gustado que hubieran una secuencia, ¿verdad? Uno tras otro, pero no se pudo. Entonces, esta lista se les va a ser otorgada en su momento.
We will share the report from tonight, and we will also, you do have copies of a letter that they put together. Throughout the night, you heard some of the requests or the ideas they had. He wished they would have been done in order, but you will receive copies of that.
Gracias.
Una
Gracias.
pregunta más, abril 6, ¿a qué horas?
El día 6 de abril es a las 6.
A las 6 de la tarde.
Y otra cosa, si gustan dejarnos saber a nosotros cómo es la mejor manera que podríamos invitarlos. Ya se les hicimos la cordial invitación, pero si pueden dejarnos saber cuál sería la mejor manera para que puedan acompañarnos.
Gracias. ¿Y es solamente por Zoom o también en persona en la Junta?
Ahorita la estamos haciendo por Zoom. Cuando se hizo la sugerencia a los padres de familia, representantes, hubo votación y todos, la mayoría estuvieron de acuerdo por Zoom. Por el momento, pero también existe la posibilidad en persona, ¿verdad? Pero ahorita estamos por Zoom. Yeah.
Earlier in the school year, as a committee, they decided or they voted And the majority of the committee voted to have it be virtual because it allows them to be able to be home and be with their families. But the possibility exists that the meetings will be in person soon.
Gracias. Are there any other questions for Presidente Juárez? Muchísimas gracias, presidente, por estar con nosotros hasta esta hora. Y sí, ya tenemos la copia de ese reporte aquí. Muchísimas gracias por su trabajo. Y ahí nos vemos el 6 de abril.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Podemos contar con su presencia.
Claro que sí. Gracias.
Gracias.
Okay, we are going to move to item E2 as item E1 was pulled from our agenda this evening. So E2 is approval of City of Santa Rosa Elementary School District Resolution number 2022-2358, authorizing the issuance and sale of a general obligation refunding bond of the district and related actions. And I'll pass this on to Associate Superintendent Cavan.
Thank you very much, President Manieri, members of the board, Superintendent Turnell, and our Santa Rosa community. This item is to authorize the sale of our general obligation bonds for the elementary district. We are requesting approval.
Thank you. This is an action item. Are there any board member questions?
I'd like to move to approve.
Second.
Okay, before we do a roll call vote, we do want to ask for public comment. I don't have any blue cards, but are there any folks online?
There are members of the public joining us on Zoom and would like to comment on item E2. Please raise your hand at this time. Our first speaker is Miriam Griffiths. Miriam, this is for item E2. If you'd like to speak, you have 1 minute.
Good. I'm a newcomer to this way of communicating, and I can't get my picture to come up, but I wanted to offer an idea to the just finished speakers that I've been working on for many, many years. I'm a credentialed ESL teacher of adults, and I teach in English. And somebody asked me once, how do your students understand? And I said, I just keep talking as if they understand me, and soon they will. But that isn't what I wanted to comment about. I thought to make a building where people can come, especially English language learners, to come and sing and dance and
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. I apologize. We have just 1 minute tonight. Thank you.
You're welcome.
President Manieri, there are no other hands raised.
Thank you. So this comes back to the board. Are there any further questions, discussion?
Just one thing I wanted to add, and this is moving forward as we see updates or discussions on the usage of bond dollars. I'd like for us to include as part of the discussion, and maybe through a different lens, is the student physical and mental safety. This is our strategic plan priority 2, the whole person focus. So at the bottom, for people who follow along on the agenda, and you see our nice rainbow color of our strategic plan priorities, would love to see priority 2 on all of the bond usage discussions. That's it.
Thank you, will do.
Thank you. I think we're ready for a roll call vote. So that was moved by Director Flores and seconded by Director De La Cruz.
Director Bowie. Aye. Director Flores.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director Fong.
Aye.
Director McNally.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye, thank you. Item E3, approval of City of Santa Rosa High School District Resolution number 2022-2359, authorizing the issuance and sale of a general obligation refunding bond of the district and related actions.
Move approval of this.
Second.
Okay, We are going to take public comment at this time.
For members of the public joining us on Zoom and would like to comment on item E3, please raise your hand. President Manieri, there are no hands raised.
Thank you. Any questions, discussion? Okay, we're going to do a roll call vote. That was motioned by Director Fong and seconded by Director Flores.
Director Bowie.
Aye.
Director Fong.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director McNally.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Thank you. Item E4, approval of 2022-23 second interim fiscal report with positive certification. And I'll hand it back to Associate Superintendent Lisa Cap.
Thank you. Just a reminder, this is the activity through January 31st. And we are asking for approval. It does need to be acted on prior to March 15th.
Thank you. Are there any board member questions? Okay, we will take public comment.
There are members of the public joining us on Zoom and would like to comment on item E4, please raise your hand. There are no hands raised.
I'd like to move to approve the second interim fiscal report with positive certification.
Second.
That was moved by Director De La Cruz and seconded by Director Fong. Roll call vote, please.
Director Bowie. Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Fong.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director McNally.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Thank you. Item E5, public hearing regarding California School Employees Association, Chapter 75 Sunshine Proposals for Contract Reopeners with the Santa Rosa City Schools District for 2023-2024. Handing it over to Assistant Superintendent Shepherd.
Thank you, President Manieri, members of the board, Superintendent Turnell. This is, I believe you need to open a public hearing and at this time to consider for the public to comment on the sunshine proposals from CSEA.
Thank you. At this time, we will open the public hearing. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak on this item? Okay. This public hearing is closed. And that brings us to item E6, approval of California School Employees Association, Chapter 75, Sunshine Proposals for Contract Reopeners with the Santa Rosa City Schools District for 2023-2024. I'll hand it back to Mr. Shepherd.
Thank you, President Manieri. CSEA is sunshining Article 13, compensation. So with that, I'll take any questions or comments.
I move approval.
Second. Thank you.
I have a question, I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
Are we supposed to approve both wages and benefits?
Well, Article 13 compensation covers that, and the language in that article does have language that says whatever we agree to a compensation, similarly benefits are increased at the same rate.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we will take public comment.
There are members of the public joining us on Zoom and would like to comment on item E6. Please raise your hand at this time. There are no hands raised.
Thank you. That was moved by Director Fong and seconded by Director De La Cruz. Roll call vote, please.
Director Bowie. Director Fong.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director McNally.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Thank you. That brings us to item E7, public hearing, Santa Rosa City Schools District, Sunshine Proposals for Contract Reopeners with the California School Employees Association for 2023-2024. At this time, I will open the public hearing. Are there any members of the public who would like to comment on this item? Okay. We will close the public hearing.
Like
We-
to move. Go ahead, sorry. President Manetti.
I believe we're on item E8. Approval of Santa Rosa City Schools District Sunshine Proposals for contract reopeners with the California School Employees Association, Chapter 75 for 2023-2024.
I'd like to move approval for Santa Rosa City Schools Sunshine Proposals for contract reopeners with CSEA for 23-24.
Second.
We have a question.
Does someone have a question?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Director Fong has a question.
Could you please explain the difference from the previous item?
Yes, Director Fong. The previous item was CSEA's Sunshine proposal, and this item is the district's Sunshine proposal to CSEA.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we will take public comment on this item.
There are members of the public joining us on Zoom and would like to comment on item E8. Please raise your hand at this time. President Manieri, there are no hands raised.
Thank you. This item was moved by Director De La Cruz and seconded by Director Sheffield. Roll call vote, please.
Director Bowie.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director Fong.
Aye.
Director McNally.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Thank you. Item E9, election of 2023 CSBA Delegate Assembly. I will hand this over to Superintendent Trinnell.
Thank you, President Manieri, members of the board, those who are with us in person and online. The CSBA Delegate Assembly is seeking a nomination from our area. There is one person on the ballot, and it is up to the board to approve a nomination and approval to mark the ballot with your response.
Okay, are there any questions from the board on item E9? Okay, we will take public comment on this item.
There are members of the public joining us on Zoom and would like to comment on item E9. Please raise your hand. There are no hands raised.
Thank you. So we need a motion on this item. Yes. You have a question?
No, I just
Oh.
move for approval.
Second.
Maybe I have a clarifying question. There's only one person on the ballot for us. Okay, thank you. So that was moved by Director Sheffield and seconded by Director De La Cruz. Roll call vote, please.
Quick
Oh,
question.
sorry. Do we have to take public comment? Oh, we already did that.
Is this person, is it just anyone from our community or is it someone on the board?
That's a great
On the
question.
board?
This person is someone in our region who has run for this position, and there's only one position open. And so the board is asked to consider voting for this one person to fill the one position in our county.
Thank you for that question. So that was moved by Director De La Cruz and seconded by Director Sheffield. Roll call vote, please.
Director Bowie.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director Fong.
Aye.
Director McNally.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Thank you. That brings us to our consent items. Before we have a motion, this is a moment for members of the public who would like to speak on any of our consent items to do so.
There are members of the public joining us on Zoom and would like to comment on our consent agenda. Those are the items in the end of the agenda. Please raise your hand at this time. I don't see any hands raised. Oh, there is one hand. The first speaker is Margaret Boone. Margaret, if you can please let us know which item you would like to speak on.
There's one about bathrooms at Montgomery High School. I'm sorry, I don't have the agenda open in front of me. That is item E8, I believe.
Okay, Margaret, just if you don't mind waiting one quick moment, we will call for your comment.
Thank you. We need a motion to approve consent items 1 through 7 and 9 through 17.
To move to approve consent items 1 through 7 and 9 through 17.
Second.
That was moved by Director De La Cruz and seconded by Director Medina. Roll call vote, please.
Director Bowie.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director Fong.
Aye.
Director McNally.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Thank you. We will come back to item F8 for public comment.
Margaret, it is now time for your comment. You have 1 minute.
Great, thank you so much. I'm glad that you have put the bathrooms on here. As you know, that's a huge issue at Montgomery. I've never been inside our bathroom, so the pictures the students shared for the first time, I've seen them, and I want to just suggest you put some HVAC on there, because it wasn't just the 2 ESN rooms that were struggling with heat recently. It's some of the gen ed rooms that already had their HVAC replaced that were going a week plus with no heat in this crazy cold weather. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeking a motion on item F8.
I'd like to move to approve item F8.
Second.
That was moved by Director De La Cruz and seconded by Director Flores. Roll call vote, please.
Director Bowie.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director Fong.
Aye.
Director McNally.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Thank you. That brings us to item G1, approval of minutes of the regular board meeting held on February 15th, 2023.
I move for approval of the minutes of special board meeting held on February 15th, 2023.
Second.
That was moved by Director Sheffield and seconded by Director De La Cruz. Roll call vote, please.
Director Bowie.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Fong.
Aye.
Director McNally.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Thank you. G2, approval of minutes of the regular board meeting held on February 22nd, 2023.
I'd like to move to approve the minutes of the regular board meeting held on February 2nd, 2023.
Second.
That was moved by Director De La Cruz and seconded by Director Sheffield. Roll call vote, please.
Director Bowie.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director Fong.
Aye.
Director McNally.
Aye.
Director Flores.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
President Manieri.
Aye. Our H item, board member requests for information. Are there any board member requests at this time? Okay, thank you. Our I items, information items listed in the agenda packet. These are our future board discussion items, our board conduct and code of ethics, educational acronyms and abbreviations, and home to school transportation plan for qualification of 60% reimbursement. Before we adjourn, Superintendent Tranel, are there any last announcements?
Thank you for everyone's humanity, compassion, love, and care, and all of the voices that we heard tonight, our students, staff, families, and community. We are going to keep working together, and adelante.
Y sí se puede. This meeting is adjourned.